Hello ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to AneurynPlays. I am as always Aneurin, and today we're going to be playing Atari 50, the anniversary celebration. But before we play any of that, before I take you back in time to the days of your, well, the days of my past, gaming past? Okay, anyway, hi! I want to welcome you all. And say, how are you doing today? What have you been up to? What games have you been playing? Because I want to know. I want to talk about it in the chat. I want to talk about it in the comments. If you're a member of the bod team. You know what I mean by now. Do leave a comment. Let me know what you've been up to. What you've been playing. Because I like to hear about your guys' exploits in the virtual fantastic. Let me know down below. Kiko is here, as always, as our moderator for this evening. She just got home from work. Yeah. So today, like I said, we are going to be playing Atari 50. Atari 50 is a very unique game. And I use the word game quite lightly. Because when Atari's 50th anniversary came along, the current Atari, very different company to the old Atari, they were looking for a way to be able to get across the legacy of Atari, get across the full history in a way that is not only unique, but effective at telling that story. And what better way to tell the story of a video games company than to actually make an interactive documentary. A documentary that will take us through the 50-year history of the company and also deliver mini-games based on the games from those different eras. What a unique concept. What a wonderful concept. I'm really looking forward to playing this. It's been sitting on my shelf for months. Many months, and I've not actually played it. Waiting for the right time, and of course, with this being Atari Week that we are doing right now, I think that's a good time. I think that's a good time to take a look back at the 50 years, 38 of which I've been a part of. Well, give or take a few years for, not being old enough to hold a controller. But yeah. Kiko says, I didn't play anything other than Azure Lane today, but I did pick up a short hike from the eShop. Looks super cute and comfy. I've been looking at some of the eShop games that are on sale, and while there are a number of games that I would like to get, there's very little that I feel like I'd be playing, like, right now. We got so many games to play, guys. Like, seriously. Not just Atari stuff as well. Like, we're going to be playing Atari 50 today and on Thursday. And we're going to be playing classic Atari games on Wednesday and Atari Recharge on Friday. But we got so many other games to play. We got wait, what do we have? Hold on a second. Xenoblade, that's the one I keep saying I can't wait to play Xenoblade, and Xenoblade Chronicles is going to be probably the first RPG that we play starting next year. I was kind of hoping that the Final Fantasy Pixel collection, or the Pixel remasters, would be on sale, because I was thinking of a short game that I could play for December. And I was like, oh, I could play the first Final Fantasy game. That'd be pretty good. That's an RPG, but it's kind of short. No, they're not on sale. What I might pick up though is Final Fantasy Renaissance. Now I watched Pro Jared playing it recently, and the game looks really good. Like, it introduces a bunch of new classes. It introduces new mechanics. Like, each of the characters, depending upon their class, has different effects in the world map and and in towns and things. Like, a thief, for example, can move faster when they're at the front of the party, and they can search for hidden items, whereas the dancer can interact with dancers and learn skills. And depending upon whether you're like a black mage or a dark knight or a warrior or a thief or whatever, different characters in the overworld will react to you differently. And it just takes the concept of Final Fantasy and just expands on it without changing what it is at its core, that being Final Fantasy. So it's a really interesting looking game, and I'm thinking of giving that a look. Maybe I'll do that for December. Oh, hey, Charming, welcome to the stream. How you doing? How are you doing today? And thank you very much for the happy birthday, Charming. Really appreciate that, man. So, yeah. Ideas there. I'm looking, just trying to find a short RPG to play for December. Yeah, Xenoblade Chronicles, we'll be playing that next year. And yeah, there's a few things on the eShop that I've looked at, and I'm like, yeah, I could pick that up, but am I gonna be playing it? Will I play it before it comes on sale again? And if that's the case, maybe I don't need to buy it just. Foxed, welcome to the stream. Have a wonderful stream today, all, and a joyous birthday. Thank you very much, Foxed. Really appreciate it, mate. Tired from all the travel we've been up to recently. Oh, really? Oh, you said you would be traveling. I didn't realize it was, like, right now. Been good, though? Been fun? I hope it has. I hope it's been fun. Oh, I was also gonna pick something up on Steam. Oh, do you know what? I just remembered. Oh, I was gonna pick something up on Steam, and I bet you it's not on sale anymore. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, the Steam sales are still going. Hold on. A special promotion offer ends in 9 hours. Okay, so I think I'll have to grab that before it goes away. I'll do it after the stream, though. I'm not gonna waste time now. But I've been talking about in the past about doing not so much streams, but doing like video stuff for Patreon, to have some actual content on Patreon. I haven't been promoting the Patreon for a bit now. I've taken the banner off and everything because I realized that there's no point advertising it if there's nothing there for people to enjoy. So one of the things I was thinking was doing some videos, but video content that I'm not necessarily able to put on YouTube, or that I would have heavily censor for YouTube. And one of the things I was thinking was to go through the Senran Kagura games. I can't really play those. Well, I can play them on stream, but I have to use the censored mode, so I don't know. Don't know if it's worth it. But it's just one of those things, like, I don't really know what you guys would want on Patreon. And like I said, the only thing I can really think of is the sort of stuff that I wouldn't necessarily post on the YouTube channel. But at the same time, it's like, would you guys really care about that? I mean, if it's not something I would usually play, is that interesting at all. I don't know. But there are a few games that are a little bit too raunchy for YouTube, and I guess at the same time, I don't really want my Patreon to just be, you know, the equivalent of an OnlyFans. That's not my intention. I don't really want to do that. But yeah, I don't know. I think I may have jumped the gun when I created that Patreon account, because I genuinely do not know what I want to put on it. I don't know what to do with it. It's there. It's just sitting there doing nothing. Yeah. I think I'll figure it out eventually. But if you have any ideas as well, by the way, for stuff like Patreon, feel free to let me know over on the Gilded, because we do have a section there where I talk about stuff, I do announcements and things like that, and I'm very happy to take suggestions. So if anyone's got any ideas for what I could do over on Patreon, do consider leaving me a message there. You could also do Cameo as a Patreon tier. What's Cameo? Not sure what that is. Oh, wait, is Cameo that thing where you get someone to record like a 5-minute thing for you? I think that's the one. Okay. I mean, I could definitely do... something like that. I don't know if anyone would want me to do anything like that, but... yeah, okay, yeah. So... Okay, Charming. If I was to do Cameo, if I was to put a Cameo thing in there to how would I get you to part with your money? What would you want me to say? What would you want me to do as a Cameo? Because this is interesting me now. I'm kind of curious. I feel like when it comes to where I'm at in terms of like, I don't want to think of it like a hierarchy or anything like that, but I think like in terms of my viewers and subscriber count and stuff like that, I kind of feel like I should be paying other people to appear in on their channel. Like I recently did something with Kinda Fox, and I'm just like, you've got like more than double my subscriber count. Maybe I should be paying you for this or something. Pep talks, voicemails, morning motivation, fun gaming facts, etc. Okay. The fun gaming fact. Okay, fun gaming facts is something that I actually want to do on the channel. I've been trying to figure out a good idea for shorts. What to do for shorts. And one idea that I had was to do like a gaming related fact dump stuff sort of thing, you know. So the idea is that it would be called Daily Gaming, or A to Z of Gaming, or something like that. Probably Daily Gaming, because I used to do a project called Daily Gaming back years ago. And it would be going through, like, from A to Z, just picking up one game for each letter, all the way through to Z, and then starting back at A again. And just doing a bunch of facts on that game. It's only got 2 minutes because it's a short, but yeah, I think I could jam a bunch of facts into a game, about a game into 2 minutes. It shouldn't be too difficult. But I kind of, yeah, I've had that idea for shorts, and I'd like to do other videos as well. Maybe not necessarily specifically about a particular game, but if people were to ask a question, like, what's your favorite this, or what's your top 10 this, that maybe I could make those into longer videos that would go onto the channel. So I think a lot of that stuff, definitely the pep talks, voicemails, moaning motivation. Oh yeah, you can do the thing. No, we won't do that again. Never again. Never again. Yeah, I think those I could probably. Ah, boy, do I feel embarrassed. I shouldn't have done that. Yeah. I think I could do the first three, the fun gaming facts and stuff like that. I probably want to do that for everyone. Yeah. But no, it's a good idea. Thank you for. Actually, let me write that down. Patreon. Cameo. Okay. Hello, don't hang up. Yes. This is Charming Cell. No, he is not available right now, but I am. Let me tell you why he is the most charming man I know. How about that? Does that work for you? Okay, so I got that. That's a good idea. Okay, I got that written down. I'll go with 18 plus games as well. I'll put that on the list. So then I could do like not just games like Senran Kagura and all that, but also stuff like South Park or any game that maybe has content that YouTube would not be happy with. Yeah. Okay, that's some ideas. Great, got a free VM from you. Hey, you by all means use it. $15 tier monthly ahoy. Ahoy! I am writing that down. So, just so you know. Like every month I just say ahoy in a different way. Let's see. Hey, Robin, welcome to the stream. Are we celebrating 50 years of Atari gaming or 50 years of Aneurin? Yes. Thank you very much for the birthday wishes, Robin. Really appreciate that. Yep, it's going to be 50 years of Atari and 38 years of me. So, yeah, okay, well, thank you, Charming. I really appreciate that for the ideas, because, yeah, I genuinely have no idea what I'm doing. The way the PNG just blinked in silence. Yeah, I gotta be honest, well, I have noticed that while rewatching some of my some of my streams to, you know, put chapters and things in. Every now and again, I'll just look up and I'm not saying anything, and then my character just blinks at me. It can be kind of unsettling, not gonna lie. Sagittarius? Yes. To quote Arthur C. Clarke, I don't believe in astrology. I'm a Sagittarius and we're skeptical. And as much as I love Arthur C. Clarke, and I've read a few of his short stories, not so much his bigger science fiction works. I can't read. I should just leave it there. I can't read. There we go. Due to my dyslexia, I find it difficult to read long novels and things these days. Also, the fact that I've gotten extremely lazy. So I've not actually read any of the longer Arthur C. Clarke novels, but I have read a lot of his shorts. But surprisingly, I actually got that quote from Civilization 6, because of course, the only quotes I know about people are quotes I get from video games. It's as if you haven't been here before. But yeah, I do like that one. There's a lot of really good quotes that come from Civ 6. I think they did a really good job of bringing them together. I think one of my favorite ones is from Winston Churchill. He says, I like pigs. Cats look down on us, and dogs look up to us. But pigs, they treat us as equals. That's a good quote. That is a really good quote. Second possibly to another of Winston Churchill's famous quotes that I think is fantastic. Because this was actually said in Parliament. So it just shows how hard Winston Churchill went. One of his political opponents stood up and said, "Sir, if you were my husband, I would put poison in your tea." And Winston Churchill stood up and responded, "Madam Speaker, if you were my wife, I would drink it." I thought it's like, oh, that's a good one. Oh, my phone is going off. That's unusual. My phone is usually dead silent. Let me sort this problem out. Let's see, where is this? Okay. Silence phone. There we go. Good. Alright. Yeah, so, thank you for the info on where I could do a Patreon. That's some good ideas. I'm gonna try to brainstorm that a little bit more. Maybe I'll bring it up in other streams as well and see what other people have to say. See if anyone else could throw some ideas my way. But oh, my button stops working. Excuse me. Hello. Okay. Alright, my cough button's not working properly. It's being temperamental. My apologies for that. Yeah, so like I said, I'll chat with some other folks and see what any other ideas people might have. Try to get a good round concept of what people might want from a Patreon. And I really do feel like I jumped the gun on that. I didn't need to have it done so quickly, you know. I just, the way I was thinking really was that you can't earn anything from YouTube until you hit 1,000 subscribers, which I think is a bit lame, because at the end of the day, I'm still getting views, and I'm still getting, subscribers and people in the stream and stuff like that. So, it's frustrating, but at the same time, I kind of get it. Like, if I'm barely making any money at all on YouTube, then it doesn't make sense to have it, you know, have it available. I guess it isn't enough for it to be worthwhile for YouTube, so I guess I kind of get it. So I figured I'll stick a Patreon, and if people want to support me, they can support me, but at the same time, it is a bit early, isn't it? The story reminds me of the saying, "I'll never forget the first time we met, or I'll keep trying." It's kind of like the, it's kind of like the classic, isn't it? I miss my wife, but my aim is getting better. You could buy 1,000 subs. Oh, no. Yeah, actually, the watch hour, I don't have much problem with the watch hours, honestly. No, I'm gonna hit the watch, I'm gonna hit the watch hours before the subs. Actually, let me have a look. Go to... So, to get monetization, hold on. Okay, here we go. Oh, wait, they've changed it. Oh my goodness, they've changed it. They've reduced it. You only need 500 subscribers. Oh my goodness, when did they change this? I do desire we may become better strangers. That's another good one. That is a really good one. I'm about to go on a 5 to 15 minute pre-packaged video side quest to get the watch hours. I can completely understand that. I know watch hours is quite often an issue for some people. It depends on... I guess it kind of depends. I've never had an issue with the watch time. Like, even on Twitch, the first thing I got was watch time. And I think that's because I came into streaming with a pre-existing audience, you know? I got a lot of friends that I've made throughout many years on the internet, and a lot of those people have, you know, supported me and continued to support me and watch my streams and watch the VODs afterwards. So that's definitely been beneficial to me. On Twitch, like I said, I got the watch hours immediately. Within a few, like a couple of months, I had the watch hours. Oh, hey, Goddess. How you doing today? If I threw a stick, you'd leave, right? That's a good... I like that one. That's a good one. Yeah, so looking at my analytics now, so to be eligible for earning, you need 500 subscribers, not 1,000, so they've reduced that. I'm shocked. But I like that. The video uploads, I need at least 3 in the past 90 days. Well, considering I'm doing 5 this week, I think that one's gonna be fine. And it says one of the following. Let's see, 3,000 watch hours or 3 million shorts views. Now, shorts views are really easy to get, right? If you pump out shorts and you do it on the daily, you should start seeing a lot of views rolling in from your shorts. But when it comes to the 3,000 watch hours, I'm already on 2,000. So, I'm not worried about watch hours at all. This is interesting, though. I didn't Oh. Oh, there's different tiers of eligibility. Ah, okay. At 500, you get membership, super chat, and shopping options, which is good because I want to open up my store at some point. I'm still kind of working on it. I'll get there eventually, I promise. So at 500 subscribers, I can get supers and memberships. Brilliant. Okay. And then at 1,000 subscribers, I get watch page ads. Ah. Do you know what? I'd be fine with not having ads. Yeah, I think I'd be okay with not having ads. Even if I am eligible for it, I might just not take that anyway. I think I would rather just, you know, I'd rather have support from people who want to support me through memberships and super chat and stuff like that, rather than have to put everyone through watching ads. I can't, hang on a minute. OBS has disappeared. What's going on? OBS moved over onto my other screen that is currently showing Atari 50, so I couldn't see it. I blinked and you're at 468. Your subscribers, you're at 468. Holy crap. Congratulations, well done. They put ads on anyway, it's just if you're gonna get a cut of them. Oh, that sucks. YouTube Premium member? Ah, yeah, fair enough. Back when it was called Red. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because I know that they've YouTube and Google have been changing their terms of service now that you can't use ad blockers. And it was kind of an issue for me, honestly, because I use Opera GX, which has an ad blocker built in. It's just automatic. So I had to manually turn it off for YouTube, otherwise I might get done. Which kind of sucks. But yeah, you know, on one hand I kind of get it. I saw an interesting think piece the other day. It was an article saying using ad block on YouTube is essentially pirating. And I'm like, huh, that's an interesting perspective. I don't agree, but it's interesting. It's like, ultimately, if as a user, I'm willingly putting stuff out on the internet to say, hey, anyone can watch this, I'm not looking to be paid, or I'm not expecting to be paid, I should say, then no, it's not piracy. But is it piracy to get something from a provider that you're not paying for? That's an interesting thought. Like for example, if you were to download Stranger Things, I would say that's piracy, you know, because Netflix made Stranger Things. However, if I was to download a TV series or a movie that is on Netflix, but I'm downloading it from the creators, I don't think that's piracy. So I don't know. I wouldn't say that watching YouTube with ad blocks on is piracy. But it was an interesting thought piece, and I liked the concept. I liked where the guy was coming from. I just didn't agree with it. Does a YouTube Premium viewer affect your revenue? I don't know. I genuinely don't know. I know that over on Twitch, if you are an Amazon Prime viewer, you basically get a credit every month that you can give to a streamer. So it would count as being a subscription for a particular streamer. So, I don't know, I don't think YouTube does something similar, but maybe you get a cut, but it'd be like a lower cut. I don't know. That's a really interesting question you got there, Charming, because I genuinely don't know. But yeah, I was surprised. I had no idea that it was 500 subs. Yeah, so, Robin, you and I have got opposite problems. You got all the viewers, but not necessarily the viewing power. Whereas I've got a small group that tend to watch my streams for longer. Yeah. That's interesting. That is interesting. I think that probably comes down to the different content that we do as well. Because I tend to do, like, longer series of games. Whereas you do, like you say, you like to do the Gamba games. Huh. But it's interesting to see how the different things that we play and the different things that we talk about affect our streams and stuff. Yeah, that's right. Your stuff is over on Twitch as well. That's, yeah. Okay. Hey, look, all of this is great. This is all learning, you know? I'm slowly figuring out how the YouTube works. I definitely, when I moved over to YouTube, I did so because I preferred what I was seeing from YouTube. But there's a big difference between reading about how it works and actually experiencing it. And I just smacked my finger on my desk. Ow. Actually experiencing how YouTube works is unique, to say the least. Being a part of the ecosystem and just discovering, oh, okay, I can say this, I can't say that. I can do this, I can't do that. Like, another friend of ours, Tenebrae, who mostly does short videos. He doesn't do shorts. He just does short clips from, like, Tears of the Kingdom, Mario Kart. I'm trying to think what else he did recently. I reckon he could do. He would do well if he did like Splatoon matches, but I don't think he plays Splatoon. Yeah. So I saw with his views. Oh, he did. That's right. He did Mario Wonder as well. I was watching as he was putting out his Tears of the Kingdom videos, and his viewership was raising and raising and raising and raising until a point where he was getting like well over 1,000 views per video, and I was really impressed. Like a part of me was a bit jealous, I'm not gonna lie, that he was getting so many views in such a short period of time, but I was really impressed that he was actually getting these rather large numbers. And then all of a sudden they just dropped off a cliff. And he's got a number of videos which have no views at all. And it's interesting to see the lifespan of a game. You know? Once a game reaches a certain point, people stop caring. And so they don't go looking for it. And so you don't find it. And so you could actually see that in his views, where it was, as the game was getting more and more popular, he was getting more and more views on his channel, and then it just dropped off a cliff. Or you googled it. If you receive ad revenue on your channel and a premium member joined your stream, you would receive a percentage of the membership fee that you paid for. That percentage is higher for non-premium member watching. Interesting. How do they do that then? How much is YouTube Red? Oh, it's not called Red anymore. How much is YouTube Premium a month? For it to be equal, a premium member would have to watch 200 videos per day. Oh, wow. Yeah, because that was the question I was going to ask. Wow, okay. Interesting. So yeah, if you guys watch me when you've got premium membership, I get a little bit extra something something. Okay. Well, I'm sure that's good for Robin to know as well. Interesting. I say recently, I last night had a little bit of a dispute with a YouTube support member that I wasn't really happy with, but whatever. So some of you may have noticed last night that after my stream, I left the stream running. The stream from last night is 7 hours and 40 minutes. Only 6 hours of that was my actual stream. For over an hour and 40 minutes, it was just the now ending screen. So that's a big whoops. But the problem is that once you go over 6 hours, you can't edit your videos anymore through YouTube. Which is annoying, right? So what I've done is I've made the suggestion to them, to YouTube, to change the way that works. Because in my head, it's kind of dumb, you know? If you make a mistake like that and your stream goes on for too long, and you want to cut that, you can't penalize someone for having a stream that's too long if what they're trying to do is stop their stream from being that long, you know? So what I made the suggestion of is, if a stream goes on for longer than 6 hours, so long as the final cut rendered after editing is less than 6 hours, then you should be allowed to go ahead with it. And so I made that suggestion. Hopefully they'll take that into consideration, because I don't like it's a complete disaster for my analytics, you know? I've got a stream where everyone stopped viewing at the 6-hour mark. But the stream goes on for another hour and 48 minutes. That is an absolute disaster for analytics. Because as far as YouTube is concerned, people stopped caring and disappeared at the 6-hour mark. Oh, yeah. That's right. You got the family plan. We got the family plan for Switch, yeah. Partially it's to guarantee that we have some people to play with online. Like Max. Max Horn is, he's kind of indebted to us, so he's got to play Mario Kart with us now. I've obligated him to play Mario Kart with us. I wish that worked with Plague Dog, though. But yeah. Okay, well, thank you everyone for this conversation, because this has been really enlightening. There's a lot to learn for YouTube and Google in general, and a big part of it is, you know, you don't know what you don't know, and so it's hard to find the answers to things if you don't even know what the questions are. So yeah, this has been enlightening. There's a lot to, and I had no idea that I only needed 500 subs, which means I'm a lot closer to it than I thought, but still pretty far away. Got 137 at the moment, so that's gone up, thankfully. And I think I might end up getting some more subscribers once I start doing shorts, but yeah. Journey to 500, it's still gonna be a long journey. I really do feel like it is, because at the end of the day, I anticipated that I would be on 250 subs by the end of this year, and I was very wrong with that. Something I didn't take into consideration was, like I said, a lot of my subscribers are a built-in audience that I already had before I started streaming. So I needed to take into consideration that block of people, they wouldn't be subscribing again, you know? So I completely misread the situation, and yeah, I think it's going to be a bit slow. Eventually, you know, I'll hit a game where everyone's going to be looking for it, like I did with Tears of the Kingdom, and you know, it's going to be a big deal, and there's going to be a lot of people coming through for that. And until that time, it's just going to be slow moving, and I'm okay with that. I've said this a million times, and I'll say it a million more. I'm more interested in getting a genuine growth. I much prefer to have a close-knit, small community of people who genuinely want to be here, people who genuinely care about this channel and myself and the content, than to have 1 million subscribers overnight that never watch, you know? Because I know it was a joke up above, but yeah, you totally could buy 1,000 subs. And YouTube, listen to what I'm saying. I say you could. I didn't say you should. You definitely shouldn't. YouTube, I know you. YouTube, don't touch that button. Don't touch the ban button. There we go. I said could, not should. Or will. I won't. Okay? Chill. Chill, YouTube. Okay. You could. I won't. Because I much prefer the organic growth. I much prefer the genuine response of people who want to be here. And I prefer that over the money. That simple. I prefer what we have now over the money. And with that in mind, let's play some Atari. So you're saying you don't want me to buy 400 subs for your birthday? You can, if you can join the Patreon. Alternatively, I do have a paypal.me page. Say you love me in gifts. Yes, so anyway, with that. Oh yeah, gifting memberships, that'll be fun eventually, and I'm not begging for them. We don't DSP it around here, okay? Alright, so with that in mind, we have spent about an hour now chatting. That's good. Like I said, I like chatting. But we're gonna play some Atari games. In fact, we're gonna be doing a little bit more than playing Atari games. So we're gonna be delving into the history of this amazing company that, I mean, it's the only company in gaming history that I can think of that both made the industry and almost broke the industry. Like, they had so much power and so much sway in gaming as a whole that they created this gaming bubble and then burst it. No other company can say that. Nintendo brought Western gaming back from the brink, but Nintendo have never nearly broken the entire industry like Atari did. And really, I know a lot of people use that as a reason to laugh at Atari and say, haha, you sucked so bad you need destroyed gaming. No, I don't see that as necessarily a bad thing. I see that as they were so important to gaming that was possible. It's kind of crazy when you think about it, that one company could bring down an entire industry like that. Obviously a bad thing, but at the same time impressive. Alrighty, so let's jump on over to gaming and we will get started in this journey through the 50 years of Atari. Have you played Atari today? Welcome to Atari 50. Have you played Atari today? Used to be their old slogan. Oh, look at that Pong machine. I love that machine. The design, it's so space age. Really cool. Have you played Atari today? Welcome to Atari 50. Begin your interactive journey through Atari history below, or jump straight to the game library at any time by pressing Y. So what we are playing today is an interactive documentary. It'll take us through all of the periods in Atari history. So you've got arcade origins, the birth of consoles. So this is the first Atari 2600 launch. The highs and lows. This is going to be the Atari crash. This will be the Atari PCs, the personal micros. And then the 90s and beyond. This is going to be another dark time. LINKS was really cool, but the Jaguar was a massive flop. And maybe this will even take us all the way up to present day with the Atari 2600 Plus. I don't know if it'll have 2600 Plus in here. This did come out before the Plus was announced. but it might include the recharged games, and I strongly recommend the recharged games. Have you seen the Pong table? It's perfect. The Pong table. Oh, is that the arcade table that uses magnets to move the block around? And it's like, it's actual, like, chunks of plastic, you know? It looks like Pong, but it's chunks of plastic that move around via magnets. It looks really cool. I saw that they have it at an arcade, or they had it at an arcade down in a place a couple of hours away from you, called Garden City. And I played it once, and I thought it was really, really cool. If that's the one that you're talking about, and it looks, I thought it was really cool. It's one of those games that I would definitely want if I had a home arcade. You know? There's a few arcade systems I'd love to get if I could afford to own an arcade. Like Mario Kart. The Mario Kart arcade system is amazing. It's really fun. There's a Pac-Man air hockey game where you also get different points for getting the different colored pucks. So each puck represents a ghost, right? So if you hit the pucks into the goal at the right time, you get more points and stuff like that. That looks really sick. I haven't played it yet. They do have it locally. I'm considering giving it a shot the next time we're out, but haven't got around to playing it yet. Yeah, the Luigi's Mansion one, the full undercover job with the curtains to keep you all locked in and playing the game from inside the cabin. That's really cool. Kind of reminds me of the old Space Harrier and oh, what's the other one? The old jet game. What was it? The Sega one. Oh my goodness. I can't believe I've forgotten what it's called. All right. Google. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to. Sega Jet Fighter game. Afterburner. There we go. Afterburner. Yeah. So, oh, also, if I could get my hands on one, I'd love to get a Star Wars Episode 1 Racer arcade machine. Because the Episode 1 Racer arcade machine had the actual controls from the pod racers. And I spent way too much money playing that at a hotel I was at when I was younger. Because it was so much fun. It felt really good to play. So I'd love to get some of that. I'd love to get me one of those. That would be outstanding. There's also a Minecraft Dungeons arcade with NFC weapons and armor cards. That's interesting. I've never seen that. I used to play a game called Animal Kaiser by Bandai, where you'd get cards and you would scan the card and the monster would appear on screen. So it's kind of like Pokemon in a way, but it was like actual animals. And it had sort of like a gacha system where after winning, a new card would drop. Yeah, I miss Animal Kaiser as well. The only thing is, with Animal Kaiser, you wouldn't be able to have one in a home arcade because you need a Bandai representative to come around every month to switch out the cards. And I don't think they service homes. But speaking of arcades, let's take a little look into the arcade origins of Atari. In the beginning, in a world where pinball was king, two engineers dreamed that coin-operated games played on computers could become the next big thing. A company called Syzygy was where it all started. Computer Space. The first arcade game, Computer Space, was designed by Atari co-founders Ted Dabney and Nolan Bushnell, and manufactured by Nutting Associates. Nutting. Welcome to Non-Stop Nut November, ladies and gents. It was based on the 1962 computer game Space War. Finding the first computer space in the... wait, what? Right, ooh. Oh! Look at that. Look at those controls. Oh, this is multiplayer. Oh, yeah. No, okay. So, Space War is a 1v1 game. It's a lot like Asteroids, but it's PvP. So what's this one then? Finding the first computer space. In the year 2000, former Atari employee Jerry Jessup saw a newspaper ad for a computer space machine in a Quonset hut on a sunflower seed farm in California. He found the first computer space machine ever manufactured. Wow.
Some reason I'm looking through the San Jose Mercury in the just random stuff section for sale, and I see world's first video game computer space. No price, just call. I'm like, wow, I'm pretty interested in this. So I called the guy. I said, so you got a computer space? Yeah. He goes, yeah. First game ever.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Well, arguably.
What color is it? And he goes, well, what color do you want?
What?
Wow, this is getting very interesting, because who has a whole bunch of computer spaces?
Yeah.
And who would know that they came in all these different colors? He goes, I got a yellow, a solid blue, metal flake.
Oh, that's
blue,
the single player
metal
one
flake
right
blue.
there.
And he goes, a whole bunch of other games too.
And this is before Space
great.
War. This was just the single player version.
These were in a Quonset hut on a sunflower seed farm off of Highway 80 in Dixon, California, halfway between, the Bay Area and Sacramento.
Good Lord.
These things hadn't been moved in, probably since 1975. And so
Bloody
I got
hell.
in touch with Nolan and showed him the pictures and scratched his head, and then like a light bulb went off. These were Ted Dabney's. These were Ted Dabney's units. This was his route. When he left, he took a route that we had.
Oh, wow.
He goes, this yellow one's the first one. He goes, I know it. That yellow one is the very first one.
Good grief.
I kept the first one, which is a beautiful yellow computer
Look at that.
space.
I would love
kept
to
the
have
model
one of
number
these.
46, and we got the rest of them running and working as good as we could. We got it all for $5,000.
Good grief.
I don't
$5
regret
grand.
the purchase one bit. Not for a minute.
To be in the right place at the right time. To find that. Good grief. How was the volume for you guys? I just want to... I raised the volume, but I'm not sure if it was loud enough. Was it okay? Could you hear it? I wonder if there's, subtitles. I imagine there would be. I just realized that this is actually kind of going to turn into a reaction stream. It's a touch quiet, but this is half reaction stream, so that's okay. Subs would be nice. Yeah, okay, I'll see if I can get subs up. I'll click on this one. Oh, show captions. Ah, there we go. I thought that the show captions button was actually about the bar that came across. I don't know why I turned that off.
And I see
World's first game. Computer space. There's an argument of whether or not it is actually the world's first video game. It is absolutely the world's first dedicated arcade machine. But, like, the very first video game is Tennis for Two, which was made on a radar scope.
Because who has a whole bunch of computer spaces?
It was done as just a project at MIT. Someone just screwing around with it and like, oh, we can turn this into a video game. But it wasn't, it wasn't, like, publicly available. As soon as they finished doing the,
on a sunflower seed farm.
it was like a university open day, and once that was over, they scrubbed it, so they don't have an original copy of Tennis for Two. Yeah, it's all gone, but yeah, that was probably the first video game.
And so I got in touch with Nolan and showed him the pictures and scratched his head, and then like a light bulb went off.
But this is probably the first ever arcade cabinet.
These were Ted Dabney's units. This was his route. When he
amazing.
Left, he took a route that we had, and he goes, "This yellow one's the first one." He goes, "I know."
It's amazing that Ted Dabney took a bunch of those arcade machines with him.
The first one, which is a beautiful yellow computer.
Look at that, though. That is stunning. That is absolutely stunning. I would love to have one of those.
The rest of them running and working as good as we could. We got it all for $5,000.
The thing to get that, such an important piece of gaming history for $5,000.
Not for a minute.
No, I wouldn't regret that purchase at all. Now look at that, there it is, Syzygy. Al Alcorn's business card. Dabney and Bushnell named their company Syzygy Engineering after a term for the direct alignment of the sun, moon, and earth during an eclipse. Alan Alcorn, who had worked with Dabney and Bushnell at their previous workplace, was the first engineering hire at Syzygy. This was his business card during those early days. Alan E. Alcorn, senior staff engineer. He's, Alan Alcorn is the guy that basically came up with a lot of the electronic side of the Atari systems back in the day. Like, he came up with how to put Pong together, for example. On June 27th, 1972, Dabney and Bushnell incorporated their company in the state of California. Do forgive me if my reading is a bit wonky. I am dyslexic, but we're gonna soldier on through. But the name Syzygy was already taken. Instead, they chose Atari, a term from the Japanese game of Go. The company briefly continued doing business under the name Syzygy, however. Okay, interesting. I didn't know that they'd actually taken the name Atari because it was Japanese. In fact, Nolan Bushnell tells a very different story, that the word Atari just sounded good. Nolan Bushnell's got a very different take on this. Because people are also saying that the Atari logo is the Japanese symbol for mountain, for Yama. And yeah, that's really interesting. Like I said, Nolan Bushnell said that that's just a coincidence. It's absolutely a coincidence. The Atari logo isn't supposed to look like anything, except for maybe kind of like an A. And I think, it may have been Bushnell, but it might have been Dabney that said in an interview that the word Atari was chosen because it would appeal to Japanese audiences, because it kind of sounded Japanese, but I didn't know that it was actually a Japanese term, so that's interesting. I think it was Dabney. I can't remember who was in the interview. I know I was watching a documentary on Atari, and Bushnell was saying that it didn't really mean anything. Interesting. Okay. A rare footage from 1973 documentary titled Games Computers Play. We hear from a young Nolan Bushnell inside the Syzygy offices. Here we go. Look at this.
I'd say 30 years to pretty much the present. The arcades have been relegated to the back rooms and the side.
Yeah, absolutely. Arcades were not for kids. You know, it was for. Yeah, it was a CD place where people would go. You know, lots of gambling involved there as well.
New zip and a pizzazz. It's going to be financially successful, as well as, I think, a very serious part in the leisure time activity of the American people.
You were spot on. Spot on.
Pinball machines and computer technology has resulted in the birth of a new breed of amusement games. And Nolan Bushnell is the man handing out the cigars.
Who'd have thought?
Bushnell has developed two such games, Computer Space and Pong.
Let me pause there a second. Who'd have thought? People questioned it. People thought that Nolan Bushnell was insane. They were like, dude, you're supposed to be some, like, business genius. What the hell are you doing with video games? And today, video games brings in more money than Hollywood. That's crazy, isn't it? Like, everyone told him he was nuts. Everyone told him he was nuts. He said that video games will never be a thing because arcades are seedy places. It's where there's a lot of gambling going on, people playing dice. There are a lot of drinking, and, you know, they're like back rooms where people go to smoke, you know? You'd have a pinball machine in the smoking room, stuff like that, you know? Back then, obviously, smoking was very commonplace, but even back then, you'd have some places where you'd have small sections, you know, sectioned off for people to go and be in the dark with their drink, with their cigarette, and play some pinball or play a gambling game like One Armed Bandit or something like that. And Nolan Bushnell comes along and goes, yeah, this is going to be more important than television. And everyone's like, you're mental, mate. You're mental. You're going to lose all your money. Who's laughing now?
And believes that they and others like them will move the pinball industry out of America's bus stations and bowling alleys and into the space age. In 1971, Bushnell invented Computer Space,
look at that.
but sold production rights to Nutting Associates of Mountain View, California, for royalties based on the number of games sold. It proved a good deal for both parties. Sales already exceed 1,500 machines. Computer Space, like Pong, sells for around
It's crazy, 1,500, and that was a big number back then. It is
programmed to display the desired game. In Computer Space, the player controls a rocket ship, which is trying to shoot down enemy flying saucers while avoiding their missiles.
Interestingly, that's another criticism that video games used to have back in the day as well, is that all video games were just for shooting bug-eyed aliens. You know, it was nerd culture. It was entirely nerd culture, you know? It was all about pew-pews and beep-boops and bug-eyed aliens. And, well, to be fair, that's a legitimate criticism. When you really think about it, it's like, yeah, no, that Space Invaders, yeah, Defender, yeah, Space War, yeah. It all seemed to have a very similar aesthetic, you know? They're trying to grab hold of that Star Wars aesthetic, that Star Trek aesthetic. Everything was about sci-fi. Everything was about space and stars and everything. Pretty cool, though, that you can see, look at this, because this is being done, I think this is being done with a vector-based screen. It would have to be, surely. But considering how smooth the movement is. But even still, they're using dots rather than actual vector lines, which is really cool. Space is a psyop. Halo yeah, even today there's a huge sci-fi element to it. But I feel like back in those days, like he said, you know, they're gonna take gaming into the space age. You know, the whole idea is that video games is this huge sci-fi idea that we're making real today, right? And so when they really wanted to push it, they pushed it with games that were focused on sci-fi, like Star Wars and Star Trek and all that jazz. How you doing, Fructose? How you been today? We're currently working our way through Atari 50. Well, the beginning of Atari 50, at least. Missile Command was another one, though. See, that's another one. Okay. So, when they weren't talking about sci-fi, in the sense of aliens and stuff like that, they were using science fiction concepts to sometimes push a message. Like, technically, Missile Command is actually a anti-nuclear message, because ultimately you cannot win Missile Command. It's not possible to win Missile Command. Eventually, the missiles come in too many, too quickly, and you just can't shoot them out of the sky. It's not possible to keep up. And all the cities get nuked. And so that's an anti-nuclear war message to say that, you know, no matter who takes part in nuclear war, everyone's going to lose. But again, you know, it's still that sci-fi concept of, oh, this distant nuclear war. You know? Well, I suppose it wasn't that distant at the time, was it? I mean, Cold War was still a big deal. So, maybe not so distant. But with the space race, with the, you know, Apollo missions and everything, all eyes were focused upwards, you know? And that's kind of that was a big deal for everyone. Everyone was fascinated with what was out there. And it just made perfect sense to make video games to be about that as well.
If the player scores more hits than the enemy saucers, he gets one free play.
Ah, that's how it's done.
By the time Bushnell invented Pong in 1972, he was able to form his own company, Syzygy Corporation in Santa Clara, California, to produce the game. He has already sold over 1,000 machines and expects to sell 10,000 in the United States by the end of the year.
10,000 is
Pong,
huge.
As the name might indicate, is a game of video ping pong.
But back then, 10,000 is massive.
Control their electronic paddles and volley with an equally electronic ball.
Oh, the classic boop. The classic boop.
15 points wins. While Bushnell did design and program both his games, the technology he uses dates back to the late 1950s. Thanks to research by the Defense Department in the wake of Sputnik.
Oh yeah, that's right. Video games came out of Defense Department.
Thousands of Pong and computer space games.
The government spent millions of dollars on this technology, and as a result, now it's cheap enough that we can put it into a game and sell it for 25 cents for a few minutes, and make $1 out of it. It's something that the research and development really was done many years ago. And now it's cheap enough that with PC boards and integrated circuits, we can use that technology to our advantage.
So, the first, or one of the arguably first video games was actually done by the military, which is hilarious when you think about it. It's called the Brown Box, right? I think it's called the Brown Box, and it is the first completely integrated video game system. It is a square box, brown, walnut coating, if I remember correctly, and it's got buttons that allow you to do this sort of, you know, like a Pong-like game on your TV. And it was actually made by a military engineer. I still find it crazy to imagine that space race happened in the 60s, right? Do you want to know what's even crazier than the space race happening in the 60s? According to NASA, we no longer have the technology to go to the moon. We've forgotten how to do it. That's crazy. It goes all the way back to DARPA every time, and they call me crazy. Yeah. To my FBI agent. Hi Keith, how you doing? Please don't take anything Fructose says seriously. The future was 40 years ago. It absolutely was. In fact, there's an interview with, oh crap, what's his name? I'm no good at names. There was an interview with a guy who works at NASA, and he was straight up. He was one of the technology leads at I think he still is, in fact, one of the technology leads at NASA. And he was saying that the technology is gone. That it would be cheaper for them to gradually develop towards finding out how to go to the moon a different way than it would to try to retro-engineer the technology that we had in the 60s. That's crazy. That is crazy how much money it would cost to retro-engineer what we had in the 60s. Would cost more than gradually developing towards it. Makes you wonder. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Did we really go to the moon? I've given my thoughts on that plenty of times. I think we have gone into space. I do think that we've been to the moon, but my opinion is that the moon landing that we saw wasn't real. I'm not saying we didn't go to the moon. I'm saying categorically that we did. But I don't think the footage we saw was real. But that's me, you know? Everyone's allowed to have their own opinions.
The basic electronic unit of Bushnell's games is the integrated circuit. Each of these small chips is capable of storing large amounts of information.
Large amounts of information, like, 8 bits. Like 32 bits. Huge amounts of information.
The program for a game is determined by specific combinations of these units to form a PC, or printed circuit board. The
PCB.
printed circuit board then tells the TV screen what to do. A single printed circuit board is all that is required to operate Pong, whereas 15 years ago it would have taken enough tubes and wiring to fill an average house. Bushnell first saw the commercial potential of video games in a game called Space War, which has been played at computer centers around the country for several years.
We used to play Space War a lot at the AI project at Stanford, which is a big computer complex. And,
yeah, their computer complex used to be the size of an entire annex. And there was just like 3 computers.
One thing leads to another, and pretty soon, from doodling on a scratch pad, you're actually working out some basic block diagrams, and from there you think, boy, you know, it's going to work.
Amazing. And to think what they had to work with as well. Like, it wasn't so much about, like, they didn't have pixels in the sense that we have today, you know? They didn't draw sprites, and then you have a program that renders sprites, you know? It didn't do that back then. It was literally a case of, we have these integrated circuits, and if this is turned on and this is turned off, we get a pixel in this location. And if this was turned on and this one's turned off, we get a pixel in that location. And so we gotta figure out the logic of the game by hard coding it into the chips. To be able to figure that out, you gotta be some kind of genius. Let's be honest. These guys, they knew what they were doing. And they were doing it at a time where it seemed like science fiction. The genius of Atari was to create a fully formed commercial game that was designed for the masses and accessible to the masses. Yeah, exactly. Eugene Jarvis, creator of Defender. Defender, like, that was another game I just mentioned. Yeah, absolutely right. Is that ultimately, as Bushnell said in that interview, this was something that was being developed by the military for military application. And funnily enough, and they'll probably come back to this, Atari, or was it Atari? The military would eventually come back to Atari and Activision and play and classic studios to get them that material that they were trying to develop themselves. So they created all these integrated circuits and the digital output hardware. Nolan Bushnell took on that and turned it into video games. And then the military would come back to Nolan Bushnell and be like, could you make a game for us to teach us, to train people how to use tanks? And the game Battlezone was created. So it goes full circle. As soon as it leaves the military market, which is being heavily scrutinized and heavily, it's got that oversight, you know? You need to know where every little penny is going when it comes to military. And that kind of is the reason why it ends up spending so long and so much money on military spending, is because it costs more to do anything, because you've got that oversight, right? But as soon as it goes into the private market, as soon as Nolan Bushnell gets his hands on it, and other people like Eugene Jarvis, Dabney, and all of these amazing engineers from the time, when they got their hands on it, they were able to take it, give it wings, and just fly with it, and end up with the military going, wow, these guys, they didn't have the oversight. They weren't being watched for every penny that they were spending. We'll get them to make our stuff instead. And it's still happening, because like the Armor series of games was designed for military training. There are now VR simulators that are designed for military training, for flight training, for tank training, and they do all of these things using video games. It's amazing. It's really amazing what you can do when you're not being constantly stared at by the government going, sorry, where did you spend that penny? Final thing on the space thing, the YouTube channel Epic History made a series of videos on the Apollo program. So partially for Kiko, if you're interested in how things worked, watch that. Oh yeah, definitely. Oh, there's some really good channels out there for how the technology worked. And some really good channels for the conspiracy theories if you're that way inclined. I recommend the Y-Files. I find AJ to be really informative and Hecklefish to be really hilarious. More than just a game company, it kickstarted Silicon Valley. That's right. That's absolutely right. A lot of what we think of in Sunnyvale is a result of Atari. I think that ethos of creativity and openness, that wasn't common back in the 70s and the 80s, and yet Atari pioneered that. Wade Rosen, the current CEO of Atari, yeah, so he's the guy who currently owns Atari. Yeah, that's absolutely right. Back then, like, we have this idea of, like, the swinging 60s and the stoner 70s and all that sort of thing. It's like everything was chill and relaxed. Absolutely not. No, that is not how business was done back then. It was incredibly strict. But when Atari opened their doors, they kind of brought the flower power element to the workplace. And it got to a point where they felt like they were being more productive because they were more relaxed. So you'd have like stoner sessions, you'd have drinking parties, you'd have dancing girls coming in, you know, and it was definitely a lad culture, not gonna lie, not gonna pretend it was anything but it worked for them, you know, and they felt so relaxed that their creativity could flow, and it was allowed to flow, and they could throw ideas back and forth to each other, and then go off to their corner and make it, because they wanted to be there. They made games because they wanted to make those games. They wanted to be there. How many people get into the gaming industry today because they want to make video games, only to find themselves stuck programming, doing the grunt work, and not actually making games? It's just a regular job now. It's gone backwards. Whereas Atari, back in those days, when they opened up the Sunnyvale, the Sunnyvale offices, it was just so relaxed. It was just so... It was more like an artist studio, you know? It was less of an office for work and more of an artist studio. And that created a lot of opportunities for people to just do what it was that they enjoyed. Do the things that they love. Come up with new ideas. And actually, in the end, it kind of bit them in the arse as well, because often, as time went on, it was more of a business, you know? They needed to make games for other people. And you've got the E.T. situation. Everyone knows the E.T. situation. That game was made in like 6 weeks. Talk about crunch. Going from an open artistic studio environment to a, no, you have to get this done over Christmas. Before Christmas. That completely changes the entire situation between, it's cool to come in, have a little bit of something to drink, maybe smoke some pot, you know, and, you know, brainstorm ideas with your friends, and because that's what they basically were. They were more than colleagues, they were friends. And having that completely change when, unfortunately, Nolan Bushnell has to come in and pull rank and be like, no, you have to work it out. You have to do this now. The E.T. situation. Basically, the game E.T. for Atari is... it's blamed with the video game crash. I don't think that's true. It's not a great game. But I can't... I don't think that E.T. was 100% the cause of the crash. However, it was a symptom of the crash. Things were changing, and things were changing quickly. People were going from, like I said, from that relaxed atmosphere and creating because they wanted to create, and being forced to create something they didn't want to make because they had a contract. And having like a really short time span to do it as well. Yeah, it was 6 weeks. More time than the Golem game had. We'll get to the E.T. situation, though, because that'll appear later in this game. There's the first Pong. Wait. Oh, that's just got a zoom. There we go. Look at this. Pong. Excuse me. While Pong was not the first arcade game, it was the first successful one, selling thousands more units than Computer Space and bringing in many more quarters. It's no exaggeration to say this simple tennis game launched an entire industry. And we can zoom in. Pong is the game that launched an industry. Atari's founders asked engineer Al Alcorn to create the game as a learning exercise. Yeah, this was just... Alcorn didn't know how to do video games. He was an electrical engineer. So when they gave him an exercise... Oh, just make a tennis game. This is what he came up with. And yeah, Bushnell looked at it and was like, "Oh my goodness, this is genius. We're turning this into a thing." Al Alcorn, as a learning exercise, making it commercial success, very happy and lucrative accident. The Strong National Museum of Play inducted Pong into its World Video Game Hall of Fame in 2015. That's significantly later than it should have been inducted, but yeah. And we can play. I think. Oh, there we go. Wait, it's not, it's multiplayer. Okay. Oh, right, game options. Here we go. Screen mode, original, filter, TV, yeah, border on, dip switch settings. Oh, okay. So it doesn't have multiplayer. Oh, no, okay. That ball is gonna eternally spawn in that position. Hold on. How do I perhaps set... I guess it doesn't have a multiplayer? Yeah, it doesn't have a multiplayer, so... Oh, look. Oh, no, I still lose. Oh my goodness, I am still losing. What's happening? Oh my goodness. Okay, this is a little sensitive. How can I be losing to a paddle? It's not moving. No. Yeah. Oh no, it's gonna win again. No, it's... Shut up. Shut up. Oh no. Oh, it's so sensitive with the control stick. Yay, now I'm gonna win. Oh wait, no. Damn it. Oh. There we go. Yay, go me. Yeah. There's a Pong game that you can play on the Apple Watch using the dial as control. That's a good idea. Using a watch dial as the controller. Yeah, I like that. Alright, so this is, like I said, this is obviously a two-player game. It doesn't have a... Oh, hang on a minute. I might still lose. It doesn't have a single player because the original Pong didn't have a single player. It didn't have AI. It was purely a 1v1 situation. So, yeah. Okay, I understand. I understand why it's why it's only multiplayer. Alright. But it's cool. The wrap glitch. If I remember correctly, the wrap glitch is that your paddle can go off the board at the top and appear at the bottom, or something like that. Not sure. Controls? Oh, there's the flyer, look. That's cool. Oh. Atari, the newest two-player video skill game, Pong, from Atari Corporation, syzygy engineered, the team that pioneered video technology. Yeah, because it didn't really have, like, the term video game didn't really exist until Pong. Like, the concept was out there, but video game wasn't a thing yet. The idea of it being a television game or television skill game, that was kind of the thing. And that ended up being shortened to video skill game and eventually video game. And that's why when you look at what was happening in Japan around the same time, you had Nintendo was producing the TV game series of systems. I still think that came out later though. Hold on. Nintendo TV game. Oh, June 1st, 1977 was the release of the color TV game. So it was about the same time. It was around the same time. Wait, how do I get back to the menu now? Oh, there. So this was, oh no, around the same time, he says. No, that was 5 years later. See if I can get a picture of this. Okay, I'll have that available for later. Alright. Oh, there's a video. Al Alcorn, the creator of Pong, discusses the design process of this iconic game and how its signature sound effects came from a lack of resources. See, that's the stuff that I love. This is the stuff that I adore.
You know what the Atari motto is? Innovative leisure.
Yes.
Right?
That's right.
Well,
Innovative leisure. Yeah.
It didn't say innovative arcade games.
Nope.
It didn't say innovative video games. It said innovative leisure. It was broad from day one. I mean, Nolan always had a consumer game in his mind because that's what he hired me to do. And I wound up doing the wrong thing and making a hit coin-op game. Right? When I was at Ampex, I learned how to make sync generators, synchronizing the basic fundamental circuit necessary to get a TV signal because we had to generate an analog signal.
That's right.
So you do.
In fact, that is one of the problems I have right now with my original Atari. So I've got old CRT televisions, and I have those so I can play my original NES and SNES. But I'm having a problem with my Atari because the analog out signal is such a pain. It is so hard to work with, and every country almost has different ways of dealing with that situation. Even games that are, sorry, not games, even TVs that are all PAL might have different channels and different frequencies at which they are broadcast. So, like, in the UK, the carrier for visual and the carrier for sound are different than what they are in Australia, right? So I can get my Atari to play on the TV, but without sound. Because it's easy to find the visual carrier. Trying to find the audio carrier is near impossible, and even if I could find it, it would be, there would be no image. Because the carrier signals are different, the frequencies are different, how the whole process works is different, and you have to run it through an analog system. It has to go out through the analog encoding box, into the back of the TV where it's decoded into a visual image for the screen, right? And sound as well. But in the mid-2000s, we switched away from analog. So TVs that were bought in the late 2000s and the 2010s and all that, they don't have analog. They have digital. And it uses the same input. It still uses the old coaxial cable, except that it picks up a digital signal instead. And because it's digital, my Atari does not play on my TV, even though I've got the right cables for it. So I've been looking into the possibility of upgrading. I have 2 Ataris now. I have, aside from the new one, the brand new one, which came out a couple of weeks ago, I've actually got 2 Atari Juniors, and one of them I'm looking to modify and put AV cables into it so that I can play on original hardware as well as, you know, the new one. Because there are still some games that don't work on the Atari 2600 Plus. Kind of something I wish I'd known before I'd gone out and bought a couple of games and peripherals, because there's a game that I picked up and I was really hoping to play it it's called Star Raiders. It uses a particular peripheral, which is a keypad, you know, like a 1 to 9 plus 0 plus hash and star, you know? It uses a keypad like that, but the keypad doesn't work on the Atari 2600 Plus. So to be able to play Star Raiders, which I really, really want to play, because it is a really good game, I need to get my old Atari working, and that means I need to modify it. Or at very least, I'm going to modify the new one so that I can use that one instead.
Do that, and you get the ball at 1 speed, and I learned how to make sync generators, synchronizing the basic fundamental circuit necessary to get a TV signal, because we had to generate an analog signal.
Yeah.
So you do that, and you get the ball at 1 speed, and you put paddles up, and it's a very, very boring game.
It's not as great.
So I added the speed up, and I added the angles off of that, just, you know, to make it playable, interesting. And so it started getting a little interesting. That's cute. And no one said, well, it's got to have score.
Oh, yeah, of course. It's got to have a score.
Great. So what are you going to do for sound? I go, sound? I'm already over budget.
There was no sound.
No one said, well, I want the sound of a roar of a crowd of thousands applauding your win. And Ted said, I want boos and hisses. And I'm thinking,
that's not even possible.
You got the goddamn game up. Now you want to do this.
Just the technology to get the game working was ridiculous.
And poked around, sounds had already existed in the
beep,
sync generator.
oop. Yes, using the V-Sync generator, yeah.
I love it. Years later, the sound is so well thought out, so appropriate. It was like, are you kidding me? It was just, you know, just thrown together in spite of what the boss said.
Yeah, but it works, though. It's become iconic.
That was how Pong came to be.
Ultimately, yeah, it may have been something that was thrown together at the last minute using scraps in a cave, you know. But it became iconic. You know, every game, they could have done so much more with sound in video games, especially going on from there. It would cost more, but obviously they could have done more. But I really feel like the reason that a lot of games stuck with the beeps and the boops was because it sounded so much like the original. It sounds so much like Pong. And Pong defined what a game should sound like. And so other games were like, oh, well, it's going to sound like Pong because that's what games sound like. You know? People get confused if you give them too much too quickly. Look at that. Do you know what? You could probably get that printed. You could probably, I could probably go down to Office Works and get that printed on yellow paper, and put that up in my office on the wall. Pong doubles. Here we go. With other companies quickly looking to capitalize on Pong's success. Oh, okay. Pong's success with clone machines, Atari looked to improve upon the experience. Pong doubles lets 4 players join in the fun. In this promotional photo, Joe Keenan, excuse me, Nolan Bushnell, and Al Alcorn. There's Nolan at the back. Al Alcorn is the guy on the far right there. Wait, who's that? Joe Keenan? Oh, yeah. Behind the guy. So the guy with the mustache is kind of poking his head around. With the blonde hair there. Yeah. Amazing. And there's another game there on the left. That's a different game entirely. That's a maze game. Puppy Pong. Since most coin-operated games were installed in bars, yes, this is what I was saying about earlier, that they come from like seedy places, you know. It was more about going to arcades to hang out with friends, drink, gamble, you know, stuff like that. Atari developed Puppy Pong, a device meant to be installed in the waiting rooms of pediatric offices. The idea did not catch on, and Puppy Pong only had a small production run. That would be the one to find. If you could find a still working Puppy Pong, that would be the one to find. Cost you an absolute fortune. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's beautiful. Is it real wood? That's the question. Puppy Pong. Here's a friendly puppy and his doghouse. And his doghouse with the familiar game of Pong inside. Kids can play Puppy Pong alone or with their folks. Now their waiting time is filled with exciting entertainment. They'll forget their anxieties. It's fun and all-absorbing, adds a touch of relaxation to surroundings that are all too often can appear threatening to youngsters. Puppy Pong's more fun than your office goldfish. Wow. and you and you don't have to feed it. Children's wards in hospitals, medical and dental offices, and other medical institutions can all benefit from the happy faces that Puppy Pong makes. And think of all the pleasant kind of therapy that this is to encourage... And think of the pleasant kind of therapy this is to encourage hand-eye coordination skills. I think there should be a comma in there somewhere. But yes, absolutely. Back in those days, you know, they were trying to sell Pong as an idea for like hand-eye coordination, whereas today they are actually using video games as therapy in hospitals. I was talking about this yesterday. Alzheimer's patients are playing Tetris for like an hour a day, and it's stimulating their brains and helping Alzheimer's patients improve and progress through their illness, and it's showing that their brain is recovering to a certain extent. Like, it's never going to be perfect, but it's helping people with Alzheimer's. And talking about the hand-eye coordination thing, and I mentioned this yesterday as well, surgeons playing Mario Kart and other video games to increase finger dexterity before going into surgeries. It's incredible that you see it here from the very beginning, that they're just using it as like a tool as an ad to sell video games. As a concept, Not even to sell individual games. There's no one saying, oh, well, this particular game is going to help. It's just saying video games can help. And using it for anxiety for children in hospitals and medical offices. And that's really interesting. I think whoever came up with this was on the right track. Shots fired, goldfish response spending. Yeah, it's absolutely a strong marketing. It's a shame that it didn't work. Because I think we may have been much further along the therapeutic video game track if we had actually... if this had caught on. If Pong was accepted worldwide at this time and put into doctors' offices and used as a means of controlling anxiety and used as a means of promoting hand-eye coordination and as therapy, we may not have had that ridiculous comment from Hillary Clinton saying that video games decrease IQ scores as much as paint chips. And to be fair, as someone who is quite fond of memes, I don't think I would want to live in a world where Hillary Clinton didn't say that. All the controls are child-proof and hazard-free. The game's exciting ping-pong sound can be made louder or softer by external control. Completely self-contained, Puppy Pong is built out of all solid-state components for long life reliability, and the 12-inch black and white video monitor offers typical TV set hair-free operation. Designed for free play, Puppy Pong can also be fitted with an optional 25-cent play coin mechanism if you want to control game use. Atari designers have also put the same enjoyable Pong video game into a beautiful, simulated wood grain Mar-proof cabinet. Dr. Pong's simple lines and modern styling. Look at that thing sitting there on that yellow table. Modern styling. I tell you what though, I'd love to have that in my apartment. Will fit the decor of any professional office. It's compact and durable and fits easily on a standard office end table. Or, if you wish, you can purchase an optional bookcase pedestal unit, especially designed for Dr. Pong, in a matching finish with shelves to hold books and other games. Dr. Pong and its bookcase/stand encourage visitors to amuse themselves and pass the time apprehension-free. Where can I get one? Hang on, hold on a second. Can I just quickly go to eBay? Hang on, they've sold me. I need one now. What happens if I search Dr. Pong on eBay? No, I get a collagen dipeptide, 100,000 milligrams plus ceramide from rice extract. It's a collagen pills. That's not what I'm looking for. The company is called Dr. Pong. Oh, okay. I'm sure Dr. Pong is Chinese, but I don't think he realizes what that means in the West. Yeah, nothing. Nothing at all. I'll go to ebay.com instead of Australia. Dr. Pong. Nothing. Nothing at all. Got some Dr. Pepper flyers. Nothing at all. Interesting. I still think of her Pokemon Go to. Yeah, that is definitely a good Hillary meme for modern times. Yeah. Maybe if she hadn't said that, we could have improved her odds. Okay, so let's move along. Oh look, it's even showing the Oh look, it's showing the volleyball there. So volleyball works by basically using the same sort of system, but it adds gravity to the ball. So as you launch it upwards, it arcs and comes back down, and then you pop it up over the fence. So it's not so much volleyball. No, it's no, that is volleyball. Yeah. Wait, oh, hang on. Oh, I was confusing volleyball with netball. Yeah, that is volleyball. Yeah. Okay. But it's a simple, reusing the same technology. Actually, look at that. Wait, hang on. There's the cabinet. That's the cabinet that you put your Dr. Pong on. Same wood grain feature and everything. And that's the optional coin slot. I wonder if I search Puppy Pong, would I find it? Interesting. But there they are. There they are. Is Dr. Pong. That's not real wood. That's wood grain veneer. I think that's a wood grain veneer. Puppy Pong. Oh, that one's signed. By Bushnell and Alcorn. And the classic Pong setup right there. That's cool. Man, I'd love to have one of these. The Legend of the Broken Pong Machine. One of the often told stories of the origin of the game industry is the tale of Al Alcorn being called by the manager of Andy Capp's, the Sunnyvale bar where the first Pong prototype was on display, to fix the broken machine. Alcorn and many other gaming industry legends recount the tale in this video feature. Okay. I'm learning something here.
So everybody's heard the Pong story. Probably everybody's heard the Pong story, but I've heard it many times, and from Al Alcorn himself, who designed Pong. So,
Okay.
The story I've heard is that they installed one of the first Pong machines in a tavern and let people play it as a test.
Put it out into
There's
an
a lot of
arcade and
theories
see if it
about-
makes money. I mean, that's
Yeah.
the market research.
That's the
My
market
understanding
research, yeah.
was Ted built a cabinet, a tabletop, simple cabinet over the weekend. And
Oh, no, I know this story.
to the side of the cabinet, tabletop type of
I just
big
remembered,
thing was
yep.
on a barrel.
Placing a interactive video.
Oh,
game
Howard Scott
somewhere young people
Warshaw.
play it was still a
Legend.
relatively new concept. Nobody knew
One of my
what to
favorite
do.
games as well, Yard's
It's
Revenge.
the name of the bar in Palo Alto.
San Jose?
No, it was Andy Capp's,
It was Santa Clara?
Sunnyvale.
So we'll put it in Andy Capp's. You know, it's a coin-op game, be it fragile and humble, and so we did.
Well, my memory is that he gets a phone call, the game's busted.
Yep.
Which, of course, is the usual thing you get on a support line. It doesn't work.
I don't work.
What is it, and in what way does it not work? Well, it doesn't work.
The bar owner or manager at the time kind of yelled at them and like accused them of their game being shoddy because it was already broken down and it was no longer functioning or working.
And they get a call, you know, later on that night and like, hey, this f***ing thing broke, you know. come and pick up this piece of shit game and get it out of here. You know, this f***ing thing broke. You know, I'm not going to waste my time fixing this crap.
But anyway, the machine, we got the word that it stopped working, and I figured it could be anything, and I'd go out there and take a look at it. And, so
there you go.
I went to the machine, and the first thing you do is you want to try to play the game, because the machine was on in a tracked mode, so it was working, but you couldn't start a game. So
the important thing about that is, back in those days, a tracked mode, it's kind of like how you have cutscenes in modern games that are done in engine, right? So it's not so much that it's an FMV sequence, or it's not a recorded sequence. It's being done in engine. It's just playing recorded inputs. So the paddle going up and down is a recorded input, and it's basically like an emulation of the dials going straight into the system. So if the attract mode is working on games like this, it means that the game is working. You know, it's 100% working, because if it was broken, like busted, it wouldn't be able to do attract mode either.
you open up the coin.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Hold on.
Built machine. We'll put it in Andy Caps. You know, it's
what is
that night?
Anything, and I'll go out there and take a look at it.
Right,
and,
here we go.
So I went to the machine, and the first thing you do is you want to try to play the game, because the machine was on in a tracked mode, so it was working, but you couldn't start a game. So you open up the coin box to basically flip the micro switch to give yourself a free game, because I'm not going to waste a quarter, you know.
And so I went down to see what's wrong with the machine to fix it, and what they found out was that it wasn't broken. It was just that so many people had played it, they'd filled the coin box with quarters, and it was jammed, and it couldn't take any more.
Yep.
So many people had played it that it couldn't accept any more money.
The game is broken because it's stuffed so full of quarters.
Completely stuffed with quarters.
It was a small. I remember it was kind of small.
In one night.
Space. It just filled up with the quarters.
In one night.
When I opened up the coin mech, you know, all these quarters just gushed out. So, whoa, that's impressive.
The equivalent of like crashing a server.
Yeah.
When you launch a new website.
It's like a DDoS.
So they crashed the server on Pong.
Yeah.
And one of the other reasons it was also so popular is because you could play it with one hand while you're still holding a pint in your other hand.
Yeah.
And that also was one of those things that, you know, eventually many, many years later led to the rise of the fun barcades that we have, you know, and we can enjoy now.
As Al will always
Cliffy B
say
is another
with
good
a little
game developer.
Twinkle in his eye, he goes, "This is a problem I can fix."
Basically,
yeah.
the way it worked was
I'll take all your
the
quarters.
money,
That'll fix it.
deal you have, and you split the take with the owner of the bar. And so I did that, and I had this sack of quarters into work, and I said, I got the machine fixed, and here's the problem. Goddamn thing's making too much money. And I'm going, really?
It was one of those great moments where something that supposedly was failing was
yeah. It was actually
a huge success.
You failed successfully.
It was truly the ugly duckling version of technology.
Because remember, Nolan thought, he was like, this is just the placeholder until we get to design the really good game. Because we're going to play this stupid shit-ass game.
They went on to produce all of these classic, memorable arcade titles for years that allowed the company to survive. And
absolutely. And this is what I was saying about the Atari games yesterday. It's simplicity, you know?
It's a great story, if it's true.
When a story is good, you know there's some doubt about it. Like, well, that's too good to be really true. It's probably a boring version of it that's actually true.
You know, it sounds realistic.
It does sound realistic.
I mean, I've kind of seen that happen in my own. And
I've seen it happen as well.
Game, the coins will just overflow, and
Mortal Kombat.
You know, it's kind of a cool feeling.
Anyway, that's how that all happened.
It happened with Mortal Kombat as well. When Mortal Kombat... Oh, was it Mortal Kombat or Mortal Kombat 2? Either way, when it hit the arcades, it was constantly filling up. And so you always had to have someone coming along and opening up the machine to get the coins out. I choose to believe. I believe it. No, I do too. I believe it. Space Race. Oh, here we go. We're moving forward to 1973, yeah? Yep. For Atari's second game, it went back to the space genre. Space Race challenged two players to get their spaceship to the top of the screen first, while dodging an asteroid field. Although space games would eventually be some of the top earners at the arcade, Space Race was not a success. And that is not gonna be the last time you hear that either. And this is what I mean about simplicity, right? If you're gonna be there, right, you got yourself a drink, you got yourself a pint, like Cliffy B said, you know, and you want to play a video game as well, you got two choices. You either put down your beer, or you don't play a game. Right? But if it's only got one dial, and you can have your pint in one hand, and your dial in the other, you got yourself a game that's going to work in a pub. Every single time. Why do you think one-arm bandits are popular? You can hold your beer in one hand, put a coin in, and pull the one-arm bandit. Easy. He says while drinking from a bottle of water. But as soon as you get complicated, as soon as you end up putting like controls in that require concentration, that require you to do multiple movements, maybe use both of your hands, you're going to lose that huge casual audience. There's a reason that today, like, take into consideration some of the best-selling games of all time, and it's still Flappy Bird. You know? There's a reason that Flappy Bird made millions and millions of dollars. Because it was so simple. It was elemental in its game design. You couldn't get any easier. Tap screen, bird flap. Done. Once you start making things a little bit more complicated, you add multiple mechanics into it, you turn it into something that is more than just a casual game that anyone can pick up and play. And what you've got is a recipe for... These people need to stop what they're doing, and they need to focus, and they need to do a thing. They need concentration, they need commitment. That's why Street Fighter 2 did really, really well in arcades. And don't get me wrong, fighting games today do really, really well too. But as a kid, I remember seeing Street Fighter arcades being jam-packed with people with huge queues waiting to go in. You know, I was like, oh, we've got to play Street Fighter. Today, I walk past the arcade at our local mall, and there's hardly anyone on the Tekken gear. Why? Because Tekken has become so technical that it requires commitment. It's not a pick-up-and-play game anymore. You have to know what you're doing. So it can hurt finances, and if it hurts your finances, it's going to hurt the industry. Let's see what we got here. We got the Space Race. The Space Race itself is only 2 knobs, but it had the same control scheme as Asteroids. So left and right rotated your ship, and forward was the booster. Oh, did I unlock that from... Oh, I unlocked something. Gotcha. An amazing maze of... Oh, gotcha! That's the one that was in that previous video that I said was a maze game for you to get through. I couldn't remember what the name of it was. But yeah, this is the maze game that I pointed out in that photograph. But again, it's really simple. You get 2 players and you race through a maze. Using very much the same sort of mechanics. Oh. Touch Me. Okay, I don't know what this one is. Touch Me, a mind boggler. Can you beat it? Touch Me is the first computer game that challenges the mind as well as the eye-to-hand coordination. Playtime is limited only by the player's ability to remember and repeat correctly. Oh, so this is like Simon. Oh, wow, okay. Can I zoom in a bit? There we go. Oh. Nobody can give up after 1 quarter. Try. Skill improves with practice, and repeat practice is psychologically a must for every game challenge you do. Is a must for every game challenges you to do better. Okay, every game challenges you to do better. Gotcha. Repeat challenge goes on and on, as does the revenue you, and nobody can beat or master the game. Revenue to you. I'm not very good with the reading. Sorry, my apologies. Beep or bleep. Touch Me challenges the player to remember the sequence of sight and sound and correctly repeat the pattern. Oh, so you've got to be able to hear the tones as well. Gotcha was the previous game? What do you mean? Gotcha is this game. It's... Where was it? It's there, look. On the left. That's Gotcha. Oh, I said, right, gotcha, right, yeah, okay. See, you're gonna confuse me. Okay, so Touch Me is like a Simon game. I honestly, it says right there. Inspired to improve on it to create the iconic handheld game Simon. There we go. Ralph Baer. Oh, it was Ralph Baer? Wait, let me read that again. An Atari coin-operated machine called Touch Me was not a video game, but an electronic device that challenged a player to repeat an ever-lengthening pattern of buttons and button presses. Ralph Baer, the inventor of home gaming consoles, yes, Ralph Baer is the guy he's the one who created the brown box. Saw a Touch Me machine and was inspired to improve on it to create the iconic handheld game Simon. I didn't know Ralph Baer was the one that made Simon. Oh, so, yeah, I'm learning stuff today. Key games. While Atari was quite successful in 1973, it felt it was being held back by the fact that coin-operated machines distributors wanted exclusive agreements. So, it created a competitor called Key Games, a separate company headed by Joe Keenan that would sell similar machines to other distributors. Key's game Elimination was released by Atari as Quadrapong, for example. Okay. New from Key Games, Tank. Realistic tank controls. Cannon fires, shell explode. Your own tank command. This is going to be combat. This game is going to be combat. You feel good as your tank rolls along the road. Suddenly, the crunching, clanking sound of another tank tread is heard. A shell bursts near your tank. You swing towards the enemy and fire. Missed. You reload and take evasive action. The enemy tank gets closer, trying to get a better shot. It fires just to the right. You brake, swing, and fire point blank. Your shell whirs and then The ground shakes as it explodes. The enemy tank lies still. You've won. This time. Realistic tank sounds, rumbling as they move. The clanking treads. A small burst as cannons fire. A big burst as the tank explodes. True to life tank controls. Tank, you've never had it so real. Wow, okay. I love the features as well. The features are great. 100% solid state circuitry. So, everything was actual chips, is what they're saying. American-made television. Coin operation. Tasteful, rugged, wood grain cabinet. Yes, please. More of those, please. 1-year computer warranty. Locking coin box. Easy accessible for easy maintenance. New all-plastic coin chute. Modern low-profile look. Extra life pots with clutch knobs. Okay. Adjustable volume and realistic sound. I wish I could play this. Quadra tank. Oh wait, is this it? The first new entry in the tank series since 1978. Quadra tank is a 4-player twist on the classic tank / combat gameplay. There we go. This is combat. And we have combat. In fact, I have 2 or 3 copies of combat. I might end up playing that tomorrow. Combat was actually a release title for the Atari 2600. Wait, it combines features from all the tank games, even letting you play on ice. So basically, it gave you momentum. It used that same mechanic that was in Asteroids. Let's have a quick go of Quadra tank then. Oh wow, this is really advanced. I say really advanced. It's not that advanced, but you know, it's not classic. Oh, this is just the reimagined series. So this is basically remade for this library. Let's have a quick go then. Press B to join. Combat mode, flag capture mode. 1 human, 3 AI. Single screen view, terrain normal, terrain ice. Oh, look at them sliding and bouncing. Look at them skidding. Oh, that looks fun. No teams. Weapons default. Rockets and lasers. Classic shot. We'll go with classic shot. Classic shot can bounce once off a wall. Time 5 minutes. Score 5 points. Accept. And let's go. Or B to accept. So I'm up there.
Shot.
Wait, how do I turn? Wait, what? Oh!
Range.
Oh my goodness, this is... Oh, okay.
Health.
Right, okay.
Speed.
Oh my goodness, this is so hard to control.
Speed. Health. Speed. Speed.
Okay.
Range. Speed. Range. Shot.
Oh, okay, so classic shot doesn't bounce.
Speed. Shot. Range.
I can't control this. This is so hard. Oh no.
Shot. Range.
Oh my goodness.
Shot. Range. Shot. Speed.
Oh.
Speed.
Oh, I got one.
Shot.
Yeah, I got one.
Speed.
Okay, so the way you control is
Shot.
both of your sticks have to face forward. If both of your sticks are forward, you move forward.
Speed. Range. Shot.
You change direction by taking your finger off one of the control sticks.
Range. Shot. Speed. Range. Speed. Shot. Range.
Oh! Oh! I was done! I was done dirty, and I was in third place. Okay. I was done dirty by a landmine. Okay, this is gonna take some getting used to. But yeah, this is actually really fun. Okay, I want another go. Right? We're gonna go single screen, normal, yep. Teams, no. Classic shot. We'll go to default. What does default do? I know. We'll go to classic. Classic ricochet. There it is. That's the one. That's the one I'm used to.
Ready. Speed.
See, it bounces.
Range. Health. Speed.
Ow.
Shot. Speed. Shot. Range.
Got him. Ah, no. Damn. You got me.
Range. Speed. Health.
Oh, got him twice. Twice with one hit.
Range. Health. Speed. Shot. Shot. Speed. Range. Speed. Shot. Health.
Ah, no.
Shot.
Oh, no.
Shot. Range. Speed. Range. Range. Speed. Shot.
Thankfully, you can't hit yourself. Otherwise, I would have done that by now.
Shot. Shot. Speed. Shot. Speed. Speed.
Oh, no. Other way.
Shot. Range. Shot. Shot. Speed. Shot. Range. Shot. Speed. Range.
Ah.
Speed. Range.
Ah.
Range. Health.
Oh, no, he got me. He got me first.
Range. Shot. Speed. Range. Shot. Speed. Range. Shot.
Ow.
Speed.
Oh.
Health. Range. Range. Health.
Oh, no, I got killed again.
Shot. Speed. Range. Shot. Shot.
Ah.
Speed.
I thought I was doing well for a moment. But I'm not very good with this. The controls are so unusual.
Health.
No, that way. Oh, I saw that. There's a landmine there. I can see it now.
Health.
Ah! Come on. Oh, no, he got me. Third place again. Okay, I clearly suck at this. So this is combat, right? And this game is a classic. Like I said, this was one of the first games that actually released for the Atari 2600, and it was very different back then. It was just squares on a field, but it's really cool. One of my favorite classics. I think they oversold the realism factor for the sound in the marketing material, to be honest. Little bit. Though I imagine the arcade cabinet would be a little bit different to this. Okay. This is obviously a more modern take. It's been redone with modern sound effects and aesthetic. It looks more like a mobile game or something. But yeah. But yeah, that's really cool. Though that said, I don't really know how much they would necessarily have access to. Read Fructo's other comment. Oh, sorry. Speaking of tanks, my father once told me when his father bought the first PC for their family, a Commodore, he programmed his own tank game to play on it. Wow. That's really cool. I'm sorry I missed that one. No, I'm not overreacting to it. I'll spray you with the hose later. From transistors to CPUs, early arcade games like Tank and Pong were not software programs. Instead, they were built purely out of custom computer hardware. Yeah, this is what I was saying. They weren't games that were programmed with sprites and all stuff like that. These games were hard-coded into the hardware itself. They were built purely out of custom computer hardware, mounted on massive motherboards, and truly were massive. The 1975 release of the incredibly affordable MOS 6502 processor meant that Atari and others could now program their games in software. So that means that they could now go from making games using chips and making sure, you know, one of the downsides of making games with chips is that, of course, there's it's bespoke, you know. Every single one is built separately, you know. Each one has to be soldered together individually to get it to work. You've got the reproduced motherboards and circuitry and everything like that. That's all reproduced and made en masse. But, you know, everything had to be soldered together manually. You put a chip in the wrong place, the whole thing could be... It could not work the way maybe it should. But when the MOS chip came out, it meant that it was now affordable to make home entertainment, not just home, but also arcade as well, but it was affordable to make home entertainment systems. And that meant that they could go from making games like they had done to making games more like what we would expect later with the Atari and stuff like that, the Atari 2600. Home Pong, there we go. Look at that. Look at that, isn't that beautiful? Look at that. I've got a little Home Pong device as well. Mine's not an Atari one. It came out a bit later. I think it was like the one I've got is from 77 or 78, I believe. So yeah, this is telly games. Pong telly games. So it's for putting games on your television at home. Although the Magnavox Odyssey designed by Ralph Baer had already come out in 1972, yeah, he did beat Atari to the punch, but the Magnavox Odyssey, as good as it was at the time, it had some serious issues. It had delay and lag with how the Magnavox Odyssey had its own version of Pong, but you can see the Pong ball kind of drifts, you know? It's not as precise as Atari's Pong. Although the Magnavox Odyssey, designed by Ralph Baer, had already come out in 1972, the home video craze truly kicked off with the wildly successful Home Pong. first released, as shown here, by the retailer Sears as Telegames Pong for the 1975 Christmas season. 1975. Take into consideration Pong, 1972. That's when they first came up with it. That's when they first released it. 1972. And then in 1975, technology had advanced to such a point that they were able to bring Pong, something that was, as what was said by Al Alcorn at the time, way beyond what they could really afford. You know? Really beyond what they could afford when they were inventing Pong, and now they can put it in people's homes. 3 years is what it took. Technology was booming. Atari Pinball. Atari launched a pinball division in 1975 with the aim of innovating on the still popular game. Atari, famously made popular by Ballyhoo and Williams, who are still, I would say, the best arcade game. Pinball game producers. Some of the stuff that they made back in the 70s and the 80s are still functional and fully serviceable today. And of course, Ballyhoo dropped the Who part of their name and becoming Bally. Very, very, they were the powerhouses in pinball gaming back in the day. And Atari tried to muscle in on that, and Atari built more expensive machines with advanced computer hardware and larger playfields, but the new technology was not reliable. Everything done by Williams and Bally were done with switches, you know? It wasn't software based, it wasn't computers, it was switches. And it was buttons, and it was triggers and stuff like that. It was mechanical to a great extent. So that's why they had that history within their companies of creating these very precise, very accurate pinball machines. And they were able to take that into new technology, whereas Atari was basically approaching that technology as a newcomer. But they were dealing with technology they didn't fully know how to use yet, that being the software side of things, and bringing it into the pinball space, which was already dominated by extremely good pinball hardware. Atari quickly left the pinball business, but not before producing some interesting tables. Let's see what we got. Atari's pinball problem. Let's have a look at this one.
I mean, Atari really, why were they in the pinball business? Here they had this tiger by the tail of video games, you know, just this supernova of creativity and possibilities, and, you know, they were nailing it left and right, creating new genres every other week.
Yeah.
Why would you mess around with pinball? You could
Absolutely.
tell our games were just not working, you know, and due to reliability, poor engineering, you know, thermal issues, issues of the games just falling apart, poor hardware design. You know, it just, I could see the writing was on the wall that we were going to go down. I mean, the pinball division was just a disaster. It was,
they absolutely were newcomers
kind of the,
playing in the veterans
you know,
field.
Kind of the hubris of,
yeah.
You know, I guess Silicon Valley, even in that era, you know, was like, oh, these morons in Chicago, they make these crappy old games, you know, like, you know, we're going to redesign everything. We're going to put the display down in the bottom. We're going to, you know, put the boards, you know, underneath the play field so all the crap falls in and shorts out the things. And,
Yeah.
I mean, it was really horrific design, and they caught on fire.
They caught on fire? Oh my goodness, what?
This thing called rotary solenoids, which burned up and the screws fell out. And, you know, it was kind of a, you know, just a complete disaster as far as like design.
Right, okay. So the solenoid thing, I actually know the reason why for this one is they used solenoids, and they used what are they called? Oh, it begins with A. It's basically a switch. It's basically a type of a type of switch, right? Now, for pinball games, some of these things need to be always on. Okay? That's just the way it works. Pinball machines, they need certain things that are always on and are turned off when the ball hits them and it activates something. Like, certain lights and things would have to be always on. So, when the switch is on and is being held on, it's essentially constantly short-circuiting, right? And they came up, companies like Bally and Williams and other pinball machine creators of the time, they had their own means of getting around this. They used to do these loop circuitries. So when one solenoid was on, or when one... What is the... Hang on. Electronic switches. A. No, that's not what I'm looking for, actually. Oh, look, I'm not gonna be able to find it. So, anyway, so what they did is they had these loop processes, right? Where if something was being held on, it would route the electricity through a different circuit to the switch that is being held onwards, being held on. So they would go through a series of fuses and such first to reduce the amount of power that was constantly going through those connections. And so if you had something that was turned constantly on, it would then automatically switch to the alternative electrical route so that it wouldn't create a short circuit. If you don't know that, and you try to build an arcade machine, and you've got electrical pieces which are constantly on, you've got switches that are essentially constantly short-circuiting, you're going to start fires. You're going to start fires. In fact, I watched this video the other day. That's actually where I get some of my knowledge. I knew some of this stuff, but I learned about the workings of like really old pinball machines because I watched it recently. There's a channel called Technology Connections, right? And the guy who does it, he did a fantastic video on a really old Bally pinball machine, and it called Aztec, the Aztec Bally machine. Definitely check that one out. It's really cool. It is a bit in depth, so if you're not interested in the electrical side of things, if you're not interested in how the actual engineering side of things work, it might not be for you. But if that is something that interests you, do check out Technology Connections. He does all sorts of things as well. It's not just pinball machines. He did something about fridges recently as well. I haven't actually seen that one. But yeah, he does some really good in-depth dives into how different technology, older technology works, and how it compares to like modern technology. Also, Max Horn, welcome to the stream. Talking about you earlier. Only bad things, I assure you. Actually, let me get you Technology Connections. Let me get I got the link. Here we go. And what if you want to start fires? Well, feel free to start fires, but just Just don't do it using pinball machines. So here's the video for the pinball machine, the technology connections talks about. Definitely check that out at some point, because it's really interesting. At very least, I find it interesting. Like I've said before, I think it's really important to understand how video games, and even games that predate video games, a lot of the electronic gameplay, you know, it all led from one thing to another. You know, you start off with like a tennis game, you end up with a mechanical tennis game. Those things, those actually used to exist, you know, predating the modern Pong magnetic mechanical game. There used to be mechanical tennis games that predate Pong, and that's impressive, you know, but it's impressive for a different reason. And those things eventually would become video games. They'd make video games of those sports and those pastimes. So it all comes from the same place, you know. It all comes together at video games.
And also testing, and so there was a lot of games that caught on fire in the early days.
Yikes!
So, but
that's
they
dangerous.
made a lot of money when they were working. I think the programming was awesome because I did it. You know.
Yeah. Okay. That's kind of scary if it is actually you know, if they're making money, that means they're being used a lot, which means, yeah, it's gonna catch fire. If you don't know what you're doing, it's gonna catch fire. Well, there's one. There's the Atarians. Atarians. Okay. 1 to 4 player, wider field, exclusive playfield status restoration. What? So, like, it would record the current play state? Maybe between players? That's interesting. Conversion to add a ball. So you can have 3 or 5, but you can add extras. Solid state microcomputer design built in self-diagnostics. And there you see, look. There it is. That's the problem. You see you got the circuit board on the bottom? And you got the metal things and the wires on the top? Guess where they are going if they fall off? Wait, there's a third image. Oh, the dimensions. Okay. It is, look, there's that motto, innovative leisure. Leisure, as the Americans say it. This one's Time 2000. The first pinball machine for which Jarvis did the programming was Time 2000. Like the Atarians, it featured a wide-body playfield for more scoring opportunities. And more ball action. Oh my. Atari were all about that ball action. In keeping with the time theme, it featured 2 clocks in the playfield, the advanced bonus counters, designed by Marty Rosenthal. Yeah, bye. Oh yeah, I see where they're going with this. Oh, there's a naked lady on there too. Okay, I see where they're going with the concept, using time as a concept. I get you. Look at that, it's got double. It's got a double. It's basically a double play area, isn't it? Because it's got 4 paddles instead of the usual 2. Interesting. I don't know, that's a pretty cool design, if only they didn't completely nub it up. Oh, there's the actual playfield. Oh, there's a lot going on there. But look at it. That is so quintessentially 70s, isn't it? Just look at that design. That is so 70s. I love it. Airborne Avenger. This was another one. There's the playfield. This one's a little bit simpler. It's only got the 2 paddles. But it's got like these bonus lights that go up there. And see, it's the bonus lights. These are the things that would, like I said, that they'd be stuck on, you know? Is once you've tripped the switch to activate a bonus light, those lights are going to be locked on. So that's where you're going to start getting short circuits and fires. Because it's going to get extremely hot. Okay. And you got the Hercules. At 7 feet tall, 8 feet deep, and over 3 feet wide, Atari's Hercules is the biggest commercial pinball machine ever manufactured. Instead of a standard silver pinballs, it used pool cue balls. I'm just trying to think the sheer amount of force required to move those. Using the paddles. Like, that's a lot of force. Which means that's a lot of power going through the... Oh my goodness. Ultimately, once players got past the novelty factor, Hercules wasn't much fun. It was the last pinball machine Atari ever made. But they still created the biggest. And that's what's important. They made the biggest, and that's all that matters. Oh my god! Look, yeah, there's a pool, there's a cue ball in there. Wow. Size is all that matters. When in doubt, make it bigger. We're all about making it bigger. Oh, here we go. Here's a favorite of Kiko's, Breakout, and it's got the original design here, the prisoner breaking out of prison. When the Breakout came to consoles and things, it was changed to tennis or squash is the design that they had for it. And then Super Breakout, I'd love to show you the artwork for it. Super Breakout is badminton in space. That's it. The first Breakout, that's badminton. Yeah, okay. You see a guy who looks like Andre Agassi, wearing the white gear, and he's, you know, playing tennis sort of thing. He's playing squash up against the wall. The artwork for Super Breakout, it's an astronaut playing tennis. It's so good. Breakout, famously designed by Apple founder Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak. Breakout was essentially a single-player Pong, in which the player had to continually deflect a bouncing ball back up to the top of the screen to break a row of bricks. It was a smashing success. I see what they did there. It was a smashing success, including in Japan, where it inspired the later creation of Space Invaders by Taito. So Breakout was the reason that we have Space Invaders. Here's the original art. You gotta love that shit-eating grin. Don't you? Like, look at that. He's getting out. He's getting out of there. There's nothing gonna stop him. There it is. I like that. The way they've set that up, it looks like the cabinet itself is being on the ball and chain. That's really cool. Bust out of the ordinary, high profit potential is built in. Players can compete for points against an opponent or against themselves. High skill factor makes Breakout tough to master, invites replay for higher scores. The Jailbreak Caper Breakout sets up with 8 rows of bricks Each 2 rows are a different color. Player gets 3 balls to try to knock down as many bricks as possible by ricocheting the ball against the wall off of a video sledgehammer. Okay, so the paddle is supposed to be a sledgehammer. 1 point is scored for each brick knocked out in the yellow row, 3 for each in the green, 5 for each in the orange, and 7 for the red. To add to the challenge, the hammer decreases to 1/2 the size after the red row is broken through. Ball speed increases after 4 hits, increasing again after 12 to a higher speed in the orange and red. Okay, so it's like it constantly is becoming more and more difficult as you move along. And not necessarily by the number of points that you gain, but how many times you volley. So that's interesting. Breakout can be adjusted from 3 to 5 balls per game. If player knocks down all the brick walls... If a player knocks down all the bricks, wall reappears for more chances to score. Extended play can be awarded after operator adjustable number of points total is achieved. Operator can adjust any total in increments of 100. So if you reach 100 points, you get another life. Color overlays for the play field, sound effects, speakers located in blah, blah, blah. Sorry, let me try that again. Color overlays over the play field, sound effects speakers located high in the cabinet, and fluorescent graphic panels attract players anywhere. Okay, so the way they did the colors in these old ones, it was still just a simple black and white game. And they literally had a colored strip that they placed over the screen to give the illusion of color. So it wasn't actually a color TV. That would have been way too expensive in the 70s to make a color television game. So instead they use overlays. And I talked about the Vectrex when I was talking about asteroids yesterday. The Vectrex also used color overlays to make different games look interesting. So you'd have a different overlay for every game that you could play. And it would add this dynamic appearance to the background, which just simply wasn't possible with the Vectrex and, of course, these older arcade machines, simply due to cost. Like, color television, yikes, that's going to set you back a pretty penny. Putting a color television into an arcade machine that you want someone to buy and then, you know, have available to play, with the possibility of it getting broken because you're putting these into bars, that's too much. No one's going to pay for that. Not at that time. So, yeah. And here we get... Oh, we can actually play... Oh, look! That's like the cover for Super Breakout. It's the astronaut with the colors going across. This is called Neo Breakout. New for 2022 from Digital Eclipse, this modern update to Breakout features an exciting new graphical style, as well as competitive 2-player mode, Battle Breakout. Let's have a go. Oh, whoop, wrong way. Created by Digital Eclipse as part of the Atari 50th anniversary celebration, this fresh take on breathtaking bricks includes different game modes, including competitive tug-of-war between 2 players, or 1 player versus the CPU, dubbed Battle Breakout. Wow. My mother once told me that their house was first and last family to have a black and white TV in their... Oh, wow. In their neighborhood, yeah. And, you know, they would have made them... the TVs would have been good back then. So if they had gotten the first black and white television, it was probably the same television. Yeah, my grandfather had, even up until I was... Ooh. Even after the N64 came out, my grandfather still had black and white television. And I used to... okay, I've got a funny story. It's completely unrelated to gaming, right? Do you remember the Van Helsing movie? And it released ages ago. It had Hugh Jackman as Van Helsing, and Kate Beckinsale was in it, and it was basically Van Helsing versus Dracula, Wolfman, and Frankenstein's monster. It was an awful movie, right? It was terrible. But I had never seen it. Okay? I hadn't watched it. So I didn't know any better. And the first time I ever watched it, it was on the television. So it was like maybe a year or two after it released. And it was on TV. And I watched it at my grandfather's place on his black and white television. And I thought the movie was great. I was like, oh, this is actually really cool, really fun. And then I bought the DVD. And I watched it. And when I turned it on, I was surprised because it was in color. And I watched it, and I'm like, oh my god, no, this is trash. This movie is awful. That movie becomes infinitely better if you can turn it to black and white. Because it feels like it's an older movie. And the black and white obscures some of the dodginess of the CGI. The CGI in it is awful. Absolutely trash. But the black and white kind of obscures some of that, and so it feels like it's a much better movie. If you've got that on DVD and you've watched it and you're like, oh my goodness, this movie's awful. Watch it in black and white. I guarantee it gets better. Well, let's have a look. Look at that. That's nice. Press A. Breakout. Let's have a look at how to play first. Why am I looking at how to play? I know how to play. You go left and right and you hit the ball back. Okay, new game. Oh, wow. See, this is what it would have looked like if it wasn't for the fact that it had overlays. Oh, no. I'm trying to get it up behind. Like that. Nope. Oh. Oh, no. Oh. Not that way. I want to go that way. Like that. There we go. Oh, whoa, okay. We're breaking free, ladies and gents. We are truly breaking out right now. Time barrier breached? Oh, wow. Oh, my. Oh, no, no. Whoa, whoa, whoa. There's too much going on. Oh, no. Oh, I'm gonna lose this now. Yep. Oh, wait. It'll have another... Okay, I don't like that it fires it on its own. I don't like that it fires it on its own. If it's on a timer, it doesn't. Well, I'm still number one. I beat Jay. I beat Ted. Oh look, Scott Wozniak right there. Okay, let's try that again. This time, let's not suck. Oh! The right stick is faster. But, you know, now that I think about it, I've always talked about my grandfather having a Pong game. I'm starting to wonder if it was actually a Breakout game, because this feels so familiar. I'm not doing a good job here. There we go. Yes, that's what I wanted. Oh no. Oh, got one. Oh, come on. There we go. All right. Oh. 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 Okay. Oh, no, 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 no. This is actually quite hard because you got such a short distance to play in. That's really difficult. Oh! There he goes. Yeah. No. And there it goes. I died. Okay, so look, I've never said that I was good at Breakout, alright? I just wanna put that out there. I've never professed to be good at Breakouts. But I think I would be better at Breakout if I was actually using the proper paddles with the twisty knobs on them, rather than using control sticks. But yeah, there we go. That is Breakout. I'm sure there's a lot more to this game than that. But yeah, oh look, there's a demonstration going. Oh, that's an interesting gameplay style. Okay. So I might come to this, come back to this in the future, but for right now, we're going to continue on through our history of Atari in Atari 50. Wait, how do I escape? Oh, there we go. Oh, look, I can change the sensitivity. Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. Okay. There we go. Breakout is available. Neo Breakout is a game that you can play as a part of this collection. Amazing. The Clash of Cultures. In November 1976, Warner Communications acquired Atari. $26 million. About $130 million in 2022. Wow. Atari's main reason for seeking a buyer was that it needed to fund funding to produce its first game console with interchangeable cartridges, the Atari VCS. That would be the original 2600. But the marriage of Atari's freewheeling spirit and Warner's corporate culture would prove an easy one, and this is what I was talking about. This is what I mentioned earlier about how once it became a business, where they actually had to be a business, things started to go wrong. Why Warner wanted Atari? Warner Communications, for its part, was eager to expand its entertainment holdings, seeing video games as an entertainment industry with growth potential. After buying Atari, it quickly began investing more money into it to grow the business. Ray Kassar, a Harvard Business School graduate, Ray Kassar enjoyed a successful career in textiles before Warner installed him as a president and CEO of Atari in 1978. Yeah, and this is why certain folks say, like, Ray Kassar was the reason that Atari kind of failed. He wasn't coming at it from an artistic perspective, of a game creating perspective. He was coming at it from the perspective of purely a businessman. Now, that can work. Don't get me wrong. That absolutely can work. I would actually point to Kimishima, who took over Nintendo after Satoru Iwata passed away. Kimishima, he was purely business guy. And he didn't screw around. He knew exactly what he had to do as the business guy, you know? And everyone was afraid that he would take Nintendo in a strange direction. But Kimishima said, look, I'm the business guy. I'm just keeping the ship afloat until the actual guy comes in, right? But everyone was concerned that Kimishima would end up being too much of a Japanese businessman, you know? But he had total and utter respect for the other developers and the creators and the people who have been in Nintendo longer than he had. To the extent where he made Shigeru Miyamoto into a higher executive, as I think he was called the Creative Fellow. Takashi Tezuka also was made into a fellow. He knew exactly what he was doing. You know, he wasn't going to screw around. He realized that Nintendo has worked well for years before he got into that position, and that it was going to continue to work well for years after he was no longer the CEO. So he didn't try to rock the boat. Instead, he just kept it going from a business perspective until the correct person could come in to be the CEO. So if you've got that mutual respect between the creative side of a studio and the executive side of a studio, you can have wonderful things happen. That's not how this worked. This did not go like that at all. Kassar led the company through its most intense periods of rapid growth and enormous profit, as well as its most dramatic financial losses. I think there was definitely I don't want to shit talk the guy. He was doing what he, you know, from his experience, what he knew. It was a bad call, though. It was definitely a bad call. Translation, I have no idea why I type... from textiles to video games sounds like a seamless perspective. Right. Translation, I have no idea why I typed perspective. That word was not on my brain when I typed the sentence. I think you were going for transition. Seamless transition. But yeah. Not the best move. Like, the guy he knew his business, don't get me wrong. He knew how to deal with business. He didn't know how to deal with creatives. And I think, we may even see a video on this, but, Warshaw spoke highly of him as a businessman, but said he wasn't good with creative types. I think it was Scott Warshaw. Al Alcorn probably had a few things to say as well. When Warner kicked in, Ray Kassar had marketing that knew nothing about games. Okay, he had knowledge of marketing, but not games. They didn't play games. Marketing told engineering what to do and basically turned it into a stodgy old, calcified, but filthy rich company. Al Alcorn. There we go. Former Atari vice president of R&D. Yeah, exactly. So it was rich, but it had lost its soul. And, you know, there are people who are good at business and are good with money, but they aren't necessarily good at creative stuff, and they aren't good at understanding what makes something sell. And that's kind of an issue that we're seeing in video games today, you know? You've got companies like Blizzard that are filthy rich, and they're owned by Activision now anyway. So, they're filthy rich, and they keep pushing microtransactions and advertisements and lots of DLC that we don't really want, but they're going to force us to buy it anyway because it's got a necessary piece of the story in it. We're seeing all of these things in video games, and the companies are going, well, people are still buying it, so it must be what they want. If people are willing to buy it, it must be what they want. But they don't get that that's not why we're buying those games. People are not buying World of Warcraft because we like... sorry, I say World of Warcraft. I shouldn't. People aren't buying the microtransactions in Diablo because we like microtransactions. People are buying microtransactions in Diablo because they like Diablo, and they want it to be more like Diablo. But they have hamstrung Diablo in such a way that you have to buy the microtransactions to enjoy the game. No one likes microtransactions, but they think that people do because they keep buying them. And people are buying them because they want that game to be as good as it can be. And if some people are willing to pay, some people are willing to be whales, and they will pay through the nose to make the game as the game that they wanted it to be in the first place. It was also pun intending. Interesting story about Nintendo guy, though. I didn't know that. Yeah, definitely look into Kimishima. He was the interim CEO, and I think he was a really cool guy as well. Like, he had this really grandpa sort of feel about him in the very few times that he did come on screen. When he was talking business, he was completely stern-faced. But when he was talking about video games, he had such a warm grin, like a really warm smile. Like, he understood that people love video games. I wish, yeah, he just felt like there's your Nintendo granddad, you know the thing. My uncle works for Nintendo. he's really your uncle who works at Nintendo. He had that kind of warmth about him. I liked Kimishima, I really did. Wait, hang on, have I got the name wrong? Hang on. No, Tatsumi Kimishima, sorry. Not Takashi. Tatsumi Kimishima. Yeah. When you see his picture, he's just got this, this stern Japanese businessman look to him. But if you find a photograph of him smiling, he's just got this grandpa look about him. He's great. Yeah, he's a cool guy. He was a really cool guy. I say was. He's no longer the CEO. He's still alive, thankfully. Oh, no, I got the pun. Don't worry, I did get the pun. Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Oh, yeah. Howard Scott Warshaw. Here we go. In came Ray Kassar, And now there was a new mindset. The new mindset is, we got a cash cow. We've got to milk the crap out of it. I said Howard Scott Warshaw would show up. There he is. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of Howard Scott Warshaw. Fantastic game developer. One of the best. He came up with so many really cool ideas, like Yar's Revenge. I love Yar's Revenge. Such a good game. Oh, Wendy Allen as well. I don't think Ray ever really understood the value of engineering talent that he had. 100%. I agree. Wendy Allen, designer of Luna. Lunar Lander is another really incredible game. For the time. Like, obviously, it doesn't really stand up today, but Lunar Lander is a fantastic game for the time. Relations between Atari's designers and the management at Warner did not improve when executive Ray Kassar called the designers a bunch of high-strung prima donnas in a newspaper interview. In response, the designers printed shirts which read, "Just another high-strung prima donna from Atari," and wore them to work. See, that's how you completely alienate your team. Calling them high-strung prima donnas when you are trying to basically, you are trying to treat them as factory workers. They weren't factory workers. They were engineers and they were artists. You can't treat them as a factory worker. They're not just standing there, pumping out the same parts for cars or machinery or anything every single day. Just pulling one lever and then moving along, pulling a lever and moving along. That's not how video games work. And sadly, that's a lot. This is what I was saying about, like with Blizzard and Diablo and stuff like that. That's a lot of what we've got today as well. That's a really sad situation. Do you know what? I want to get I'm gonna print out this t-shirt. I'm gonna print out a t-shirt of this. So I want one. Yeah, I absolutely want one. You shouldn't call Factory Works prima donnas. No, of course. Absolutely not. But at the same time, what I mean is, these are free-thinking artistic types. They've got their own way of doing things. The factory worker is obviously an essential part, and I didn't mean to imply any sort of negativity, but a factory worker is someone who is doing the same job every day. You're checking the parts, and you still have to be good at your job. I don't mean that factory workers aren't good at their jobs, but like it's an assembly line, You get the same parts every day. You attach the same parts together every day. You check for weaknesses and structural issues on the same parts every single day. That's what it's like to be. And like, I've worked in a factory. I used to work at a chemical factory. I used to do ascorbic acid for packaging. So I used to have to weigh and measure and sift the ascorbic acid to be able for it to go into medications and things. And so it's a very clean environment. And you absolutely have to do the exact same thing every single day. I was there every single day. I would get a big bag of ascorbic acid, pour it into the sifter, turn the sifter on, and I would stand there and watch it. Not so much the standard of consistency, but like, because of the freedom of thought, because like, if I was to turn around and start to shake things up, no pun intended, I was using a sifter, if I was to try to shake things up and say, oh, we could do things differently if we did this and we did this, I'd be fired immediately. They don't want you to think like that. They want you to just pour the stuff into the sifter, have the sifter shake it, make sure there's no lumps, make sure there's nothing in it, make sure it's not contaminated, sign your little form at the end, and move on to the next bag. That's what they want from you. That's what they expect. Procedural, we're doing this now, then we do this, then we do that, and when you're done with that, you go back to the beginning. Over and over again, repetitive. And people who are artistic, or people doing artistic trades, they aren't looking for, they aren't even trying to do something consistently. They need to find brand new and innovative ways to produce. And if they're being hamstrung at their job, they're going to get angry. They're going to be upset. You know? If someone is telling you, you need to figure out a better way of making Pong, make a better Pong, but then they don't let you innovate, that's going to piss you off. And I feel like that's probably the reason why Kassar thought that they were prima donnas. You know, they're giving him attitude because they're a bunch of artists and they're a bunch of, they have all of these like attitudes and things, and they just won't work the game factory. You know, I'm not saying it's a correct perspective. I'm saying that would be his perspective. They just won't make the game factory work. You know? But I actually want to get this. I'm going to get this t-shirt printed. I'm going to actually have one. Yeah, like Wendy Allen said, he never really understood the value of the talent. And that's the important thing, is the value of the talent. He didn't value the engineers for their creative side. He valued the engineers purely for pump out another Pong. There were a fair number of people miffed at the high-strung prima donna thing. You don't say. And Kalina, who was one of the graphics artists in the publications group... Sorry, wait, let me read that one again. There were a fair number of people miffed at the high-strung prima donna thing, and Carlina, who was one of the graphics artists in the publications group, we just thought a little and said, that'd make a great t-shirt. Yep. Yep, absolutely. And I would have worn it too. And I want to wear it. I'm gonna make that. I'm gonna make that. It's gonna be a thing. Did they do drugs at Atari? Hell yeah, they did. Oh, well, at least that's what we've been told. One of the often heard stories about Atari game design is that drugs were often involved. We put the question directly to the designers who were there and found that everyone's experience was quite different. That's true. Like, not everyone, obviously not everyone. Again, I think Howard Scott Warshaw explained that, you know, people would be smoking pot, hanging out outside in the sun with beanbags, trying to figure out the ways, you know, what they want to do next. But it wasn't everyone. Nolan Bushnell was another one who used to have, like, parties, you know, like your traditional 70s and 80s parties, hanging out at the hot tub, having a couple of glasses of wine. Nose candy, you know, that sort of thing. But it was a different time, you know. We would look on that today and we'd go, that's a horrible environment. But, you know, like I said, different time, very different time. There was a lot more leniency, a lot more acceptability within the artistic field, at very least, and especially within the executive field, to take, like, cocaine and stuff like that. But it's not going to be universal.
You will hear stories of
hot tubs in the lobby, yeah.
Lobby and drug use in the office. And I'm here to tell you that none of that happened in my department.
We started smoking pot right in our office. Rob and I were like the premier pot. Sorry, Rob.
That's amazing. It's like, none of that happened in my department. Well, we started smoking pot immediately. That's so good.
I and some other person who occasionally shared an office with me for 5 years at Atari, however that frickin' worked, we would just fire up right in the office. It's like, who knows why? It's like, this is like, it's illegal.
Yeah, it was illegal at the time, yeah. But they didn't care. They're artistic
It
types.
wasn't even a sense of privilege. It was just mindlessness.
I worked in a satellite office. I started in 1977, which was still pretty early. It was only 18 months since the 2600 came out. But there was no hot tub in the lobby.
The hot tub was in Nolan Bushnell's apartment.
There was no drug use in Atari, though I don't doubt that it was over where Howard and Todd Fry were working.
Drugs were consumed at Atari.
There we go.
All kinds of people at all levels of management, from the bottom to the top. And
I love this man. This guy's so good.
Not everybody did drugs, but some people did, and some people enjoyed them, and some people abused them, and some people went to the hospital on them. And but by and large, drugs were a relatively nominal factor. Drugs, you know, there was a lot of marijuana, and it would participated a lot in brainstorming.
Yeah.
So we had
Absolutely.
a way of, you know, trying to incorporate drugs into our productivity model.
I went home and I smoked a joint, a little bit of cocaine and a little bit of psilocybin in it.
Oh, yeah, mushrooms as well, of
It
course.
was about half gone when I realized, oh, you could do that. And so I put it out, and I went and I wrote a page of notes. And my design for that kernel was exactly what it ended up shipping. It was like, it has a tremendous amount of effort, actually, to get everything organized.
I imagine.
They did have good.
Like, can you imagine you're off your face on psilocybin, and maybe you've had a little bit of pot, which is pulling you back into reality a little bit, but then you suddenly get this amazing idea for a game, and you just immediately, oh my goodness, I can do this. Oh yeah, and I can do it like this, and you start writing all these notes out for what you want your game to be, and you've got like a design brief to explain, like, oh, and if we do this with the with this part of the kernel, we can make the game do this, and if we use these sorts of chips and replace that, we can do this, and when you actually finish reading it after, when you're stone cold sober, it's like you've written code which is like in 4 dimensions, and you're like, wow, that's not going to work. I can just imagine it. It's just like, this is amazing. If only we understood 5th dimensional physics, you know? And then you had to assemble that into an actual pitch for this dude who has just come in, who has just been placed into the office as your boss by Warner, and try to explain to him why this is going to be a cool idea. Hey, you can see where the tension comes from, can't you? You can really see the tension. It's completely understandable. There you go. Eugene Jarvis.
Good deliveries of cannabis in the inter-office mail. That's probably the primary use of those yellow manila envelopes. So
they used to get it in the office mail. That's amazing.
When you get these really thick envelopes coming through the system. You know, and it was weird. There was a guy working there, and his job was he was the weed. He didn't.
They had an on-staff weed deal. Okay, I hadn't heard that one. That one's completely new for me. That's amazing.
That was his sole job.
And there was a very straight German VP of hardware down the hallway in the building. I have no idea. And he complained to management about the smell of pot smoke in the corridor.
I've heard this story.
In a different building.
I have been asthmatic since I've been 12. I need drugs to breathe. I did not do drugs because drugs to me were something that let you get up in the morning, you know, and breathe. So and nor did I think I wanted to mix those things. The high of me was doing the work, and I was always a happy guy. So I just didn't feel I needed it. So I never did drugs, but there were a lot there.
don't put too much stock in the fact that every Atari employee was stoned out of their minds while making games.
I mean, there were all kinds of drugs consumed.
Don't put too much stock into it. I mean, there were all kinds of drugs consumed at Atari. Your use of the description artistic type gets more right. These guys were wild, man. I don't. I'll be perfectly upfront with you here. I don't partake at all. You know, I've never. I'm not gonna say I've never. I have in the past. It's never really done anything for me. But I gotta be honest. I have to be 100% honest. Even though the idea of marijuana and everything like that, it's not really that appealing to me. It's not something that I'm like, oh yeah, you know, that'd be cool and all that. If I worked for Atari, this is the place I would want to be, because the whole thing just sounds like a party. From beginning to end, it just sounds like a party, and that's amazing. And like they said, there were some people that actually went to hospital because they took too much, and that's bad. But to have this concept where you coming into an environment where you're off your face, and that's how you come up with the ideas for your games. It's so good. It seems like a really fun environment where people genuinely loved to make the games. And if you're working a job, like, think about it. There are people who smoke pot or they take mushrooms or what have you because they hate their job. They hate their job and they need something like drugs, alcohol, you know, promiscuous sex, whatever. You know, they need something to just give themselves a sense of meaning for a moment because they absolutely despise their jobs. That's not what we're seeing here. We're seeing people who absolutely love their job. And this is a part of that celebration and that party that they're going to every day. It's a completely different perspective. It's not, I would say it's I wouldn't say it's less addicting. I'm not gonna get into the psychology of that. But when you've got such a celebration of video games at the place where you work because you want to make games, and that is the thing that you love the most, I think maybe that is a safer environment for it. You know, it's a safer mindset because you're not trying to escape your life. You're trying to enhance it. You're trying to bring something to the table, and you're trying to think outside the box. And I by no means I do not endorse the taking of drugs. I do not endorse the smoking of the marijuana. Do not dance with Mary Jane. She will step on your toes. But from the perspective of the environment and the era that they were in, this just sounds like such a good time. Sounds like such a great place to work. Until everything went backwards.
I never did drugs, but there were a lot there.
Don't put too much stock in the fact that every Atari employee was stoned out of their minds while making games.
I mean, there was all kinds of drugs.
I love these comparisons.
Real drug.
Putting Crane next to Warshaw is perfect.
Was going into a store and seeing your product, seeing your
this
on a shelf.
There's Star Raiders. That's the one I just bought that I can't play. But yeah, no, he's spot on. He was absolutely right. That's exactly what I was saying. The real drug is the celebration of the games that you've made. Look at this. Look what I did. I had this idea. Look how good it is. And people are buying it. It's on the shelf. That's such a wonderful time to be in. And I really hope that video games in the modern era, that we can get back to that. You know? I want us to get to that point. Maybe not to the point where we're all getting stoned inside the office. But, you know, getting to the point where we are celebrating the game, you know, and celebrating our love of making games. Like, I recently started to learn to code. I'm currently learning a language called Lua, and I want to make games. But do you know where I want to start making? I don't want to be making games like I'm not looking to make the next Call of Duty. I'm not trying to make Grand Theft Auto 6, you know? I want to start by making Atari style games, you know? Small games, single screen stuff. And come up with ideas that maybe I haven't seen before, or take the concept of an Atari game and make it into something else. Take some of this like modern understanding of game development and game design and seeing if I can apply that to an older game. And maybe, not saying I'm definitely going to make them better, but maybe make some things a little bit better. A little bit more approachable. Maybe something that's more attractive to people to play over and over again. And, you know, that's where I want to be. I want to be making games that I enjoy to make. And that people are going to enjoy to play. I don't want to be, you know, stuck here typing out code going, oh my goodness, I wish I was finished already. That sounds like hell. That sounds like hell to me. I want to be sitting here typing out code going, oh my goodness, I just realized if I do this and put this calculation in there and do this little thing, I can make this game do this. You know, I want to be excited about it. And I hope that other people out there can recapture that spirit and bring it into modern game development. And you see it in a lot of independent developers, but it really needs to be there in the bigger developers as well, and the bigger studios and amongst the publishers. We need to get rid of people the likes of Bobby Kotick, right? I always use him as, you know, gaming Satan, really, and allegedly. Cause he basically is, allegedly, video gaming Satan. He is, allegedly, in Minecraft. And if people like him are ruining the industry in Fortnite, and he needs to be ousted as soon as possible. No, that last bit is absolutely true. That he needs to be ousted as soon as possible. There's no Minecraft or Fortnite on now, and he just needs to be gone. Anyway. Sprint 8. This is an 8-player arcade machine. I support your message in Mountain Blade Warband. Oh, brilliant. Yeah, Mountain Blade, that's another good game. I feel like the developers of Mountain Blade really enjoyed the experience from what I've seen. Is that they went into it with that same idea, you know? They went into it with the concept of, wouldn't this be cool? And then they made it. Okay. Anyway, back to Atari. Sprint 8, an 8-player driving game. Sprint 8 was a massive cabinet that featured 8 steering wheels and 8 sets of gas/brake pedals, arranged around a monitor that pointed upwards, allowing 8 friends, or enemies, to race simultaneously. Oh, I know about Mountain Blade, yeah. Yeah, I watched it wasn't really an interview. It was just kind of like the developers talking about their game design concept, like going into it, like, wouldn't this be a really good idea? And actually being excited for it. I think that is true. I think that's correct of Mount & Blade. I don't know a huge amount about it, to be honest. Like, I know more about Atari, I feel, than Mount & Blade. But, yeah, it's definitely something I've looked into. I've seen. Probably could learn more. But, yeah. So look at this. Look at this. This is really cool. Look at that. So this looks like it's a rendering. It's not the actual thing. But what you had is, in the center of all of these 8 wheels was a really big TV screen. It's really, that is so cool. And I love the sort of engineering ideas that go into things like this, because that would have been so expensive to make. Like, when you consider, like, single-player video games back in the 70s were really expensive to build. This thing would have cost a fortune. Oh, look, there it is. You can see the glass top there with the TV dipped inside. Wow. And simple as well, like a really simple racetrack. It even has a crossover. Look at that. That's cool. Eight cars are on the track during every race. Whether 1 or 8 players are driving, explains the Sprint 8 flyer. The drone cars are computer controlled, so the competition always stays tough. So it always, this is like an early, it wouldn't have been AI necessarily, but it would have been like pre-programmed cars taking a certain path around the track. But look, it says that they're 8 different colors. That was a feature. That was a feature. 8 different colored cars. And look, it's using those dot graphics as well. Amazing. Still using dot. We're at 1977. We're still using those dot graphics. Atari Video Music. The first electronic music visualizer ever sold commercially. Atari Video Music could be hooked up to a user's stereo system and television set to display psychedelic visuals reminiscent of Atari VCS graphics to the rhythms of whatever music was playing. A variety of knobs and buttons on the front of the device let users adjust the image. So the graphic... Do you remember old Windows with old Windows Media Player with the graphical visualizers? With the whole, you know, all the trippy graphics and things that would change depending upon what you're listening to? There it is. That is the very first one to be sold commercially. Created by Atari. That's really impressive. And you can see that that Atari, even though they are like game developers and they're focusing, their major focus is on video games, they're looking into ways to making games better. Even though this isn't strictly a video game thing, this is something that could be used for video games later. I don't think it ever was, but basically, there's a game called... Is it Track Beats? I think it's called Track Beats. Let me quickly... Track Beats. No, it's not called Track Beats. Okay, there's it's on, I know it's on Steam. I don't know what it's called right now. My apologies. But there's a game. It's a racing game. And what it does is you put an MP3 file into the racing game, and it uses the song to create a racetrack. So, in theory, if you are racing around this track efficiently, the music being played will work with the track itself, because the track is being designed based on that on that song. It's a really interesting concept. I've not played it. I would like to, but the problem is playing, you know, that music on stream is not something I can really do. Oh look, there's some the visualizers in the screen. That's really cool. That's really cool. Your music never looked so good. I like that. I like that. Fire Truck. Based on designer Wendy Allen's previous game Superbug, Fire Truck is a unique two-player cooperative game in which one player sitting in the cabinet steers the front half of the fire truck, while the other player standing behind the seat swings the rear half. That's interesting. Oh my goodness, that's gotta take some serious cooperation. Do I get to play this? No, I don't. Oh, there's Superbug. Superbug is like a dune buggy game. And this is what I was saying as well yesterday about games. The games were were defined by their art. You know, you look at the actual graphics there. That does not look like a super powered Volkswagen Beetle, does it? You know, it looks like any other generic car from a generic car racing game. But then you've got the artwork, and the artwork tells you, it informs you of what it is you're looking at. But yeah, that's a really cool idea. Yeah, I like that. Super Breakout, here we go. It's Breakout, but in space. An update to the original game designed by Ed Rotberg. Super Breakout was billed as 3 games in 1. A switch on the front of the unit let the player choose between 3 different game variants. It still had a black and white display with color added via plastic overlays on the monitor. Oh no, it's still a it's still a criminal escaping from prison. He doesn't look quite as charming as the other one, does he? He's a little bit more grimy. So it's got double breakout, which is twice the thickness of... Oh no, 2 balls. 2 balls are served to 2 paddles. Each brick knocked out counts double as long as 2 balls are in play. So if you keep both balls going, you get double the points. Progressive breakout, with 2 walls of 4 rows of bricks that fall or scroll continuously from the top of the monitor. New rows of bricks will be entered from the top to form a pattern of 4 rows of bricks separated by 4 rows of blanks. So as it went along, more bricks would appear on the screen coming down from the top. I wonder if that would have inspired Tetris. The idea of bricks and lines coming from the top of the screen? Interesting. And cavity breakout. That's basically what I just played. 2 extra balls are captured in a cavity within the wall of bricks. These captured balls do not knock out bricks until they are freed from their cavities. This allows up to 3 balls into play at once. Each brick will count double when 2 balls are in play and triple when 3 balls are in play. Wow. Possibly Space Invaders 2? Yeah, absolutely. That's what they said, is that Space Invaders, created by Taito, was inspired by Breakout. So, definitely. What's it? Lunalander. Here we go. Vector displays were a new technology that allowed games to draw crisp, clean, high-resolution lines. Okay, so the dot stuff isn't actually vector. That's interesting. Okay. Lunalander, designed by Wendy Allen and Rich Moore, was Atari's first vector game. Alright. Interesting. I know Vector did exist way before 1979, but it wasn't necessarily financially viable. In sharp contrast to other fast-paced arcade games, Lunalander was a deliberate, methodical game in which the player had to carefully land a space capsule on the surface of the moon. Lunalander was Atari's first vector game, as well as the first arcade game to change the player's perspective, automatically zooming in as the craft nears the moon's surface. A notoriously difficult but popular game. Lunalander's analog thruster control demanded skill and patience. Okay. This is actually designed to look like the original Vector graphics. Oh, there's a Lunalander coming down. Hold on. Insert coin. How do I insert coin? And see, this is what I would do. Is the lander would come down, and then it would zoom in as you get close. So, how do I actually start this? Oh. Low. Screen mode. Full. No, we'll stick with original. Border on. Dip switch settings. What have we got? Fuel units per coin. Okay. Controls. Throttle. Start is plus. Okay. I need to insert coins. Hold on. Insert a coin. L bumper. How many coins have I put in? Oh, right. I see. Okay. Go. Oh, I want to go that way. How do I... Oh. Oh. I'm going to burn out all my fuel. I used to play this. A friend of mine actually had this on Amiga. Or a very similar game, at very least. It clearly wasn't the original Atari version. Nope. I'm gonna crash. There were no survivors. That game goes hard. All right, I'm trying to get to that 5 there. Get that 5 up there. Nope, nope, no, no, no. I'm coming in too hot. I'm gonna crash again. You created a 2-mile crater? Wow. I didn't think I was coming in that hot. Good grief. Where's the 5? Oh, the 5. Oh, I don't like that 5. Right on the tip there, look. It's my speed. I need to keep my I need to keep my vertical speed from getting too high. I also need to reduce my horizontal speed when I get close to the floor. You know, you can't be hitting the ground at 90 kilometers an hour. You landed hard. You are hopelessly marooned. What? Come on! That's not fair. I successfully landed, I'll have you know. I've completely destroyed my horizontal motion there. Oh, congratulations, you have landed 250 points. There we go. That's how you land. That's how you land a lunar lander right there. That's years of practice. Let's see if I can get that 3. No, I don't want to get the I kind of do. Let's see if I can get the 3. I've already done the 5 that's there, so let's try and get the 3. Because even though that one says 3, right? I would argue that's harder than the 5. Because you got cliff walls either side. Right, so I need enough speed, right? To get past that cliff wall. But then I also need to slow down. Dead. There were no survivors. You know, that 3 is actually in a really awkward place. So, maybe I'll go for one of the 2s. That's in that canyon right there. But yeah, this is Lunar Lander. I've played this. Like I said, on my friend's Amiga, he had a version of it. Oh, give it a little bit. Give it a little bit. Give it a little bit. Give it a bit of welly. Congratulations, you have landed 100 points. There we go. There we go. So this is Lunar Lander, and it's very simple, but it's very skill-based. You know, it's heavily focused on... hang on, let me see if I can get on top of that ridge there. That 4. I want to get one more in before I finish. I want to see if I can get that one on top of the hill. Because those can be hard. Those can get really hard to do. No, they're not designed to be easy. At the end of the day, games like this are designed to eat your quarters, right? I know I talk about the artsy side of things and, you know, how wonderful it... Oh, no, I hit too hard. I didn't slow down my vertical speed at all. I know I talk about, like, the artsy side of things, but the reality is that, you know, at the end of the day, it is still a business. And a part of that business is making money. So games like this are designed to be difficult, you know? I need some horizontal speed as quickly as possible, otherwise I'm going to hit the top of this mountain. Now I need to slow myself down. Nice. But yeah, this game does take a lot of skill, a lot of patience, a lot of concentration. And we'll call it there for right now. Really cool to have a copy of this, though. Like, the original style on a modern console. It's so rare to see a lot of these games getting re-released. And we'll talk more about the re-releases of some of these Atari games on Friday, because I'm going to be showing off a bunch of the Atari Recharge stuff. But let's continue on. I can genuinely say, we're going to need more than 2 episodes of this. Introducing the Golden Touch Electric game. So this is the version of Simon. The Atari version of Simon, as you can see there. After the success of the handheld game Simon, which took inspiration from Atari's 1974 arcade game Touch Me, Atari released a handheld version of Touch Me that, in turn, took inspiration from Simon. Everyone copies everyone else. That's the way it works. Atari planned to release more handheld games, but this was the only one that shipped. In this collection, you can play a recreated version of the main gameplay mode of the handheld Touch Me. Introducing the Golden Touch in electronic games. Atari. It's really the only name that's synonymous with the fun and excitement of electronic amusement. Again, still not video games, electronic amusement. After leading the way in the arcade and home video games since the very beginning, we're ready to do great things in handheld games. With Touch Me, for example, a new pocket-sized version of an Atari game that made millions in arcades since 1972. Touch Me is a brain-teasing computerized test of memory and coordination that captivated players from 7 to 70. The variety and excitement are built in with 3 different games of 1 to 4 players, 4 levels of skill, plus color and sound. Now, there's no need to take chances with manufacturers who are just getting into that's a dig at Bear right there. That's a dig straight at Bear, who put out Simon. Now there's no need to take chances with manufacturers who are just getting into electronic toys, because with Atari, you get the leading name in the field. Built-in consumer acceptance, quality and reliability to minimize problems with returns, national advertising support, plus the great proven games that only Atari can deliver. Come to the Knickerbocker showroom at the Toy Fair to see for yourself. So this is an ad that's going out to companies that may stock Atari games, as opposed to consumers. This is going to the actual store owners. Excuse me. That's why they were talking about minimize problems with returns, because of course returns, they weren't as simple as they used to as they are today. You know, simply bring a game back and you can get your money back easily. It's not so simple back then, especially if someone paid using a check or credit card. That was going to be a problem, and it may even cost the toy shop or the electronic shop owner to be able to return that money. So that's an important one, Ray. An important one there, to minimize problems with returns, because this is quality and reliable. Cool. I don't think we're going to play it. But they also have Pocket Breakout here, and this one never shipped. That's a shame. Todd Fry, creator of the Sword Quest series, designed this handheld version of Super Breakout, which was never released. What a shame. Look at that. I'd have spent hours on this thing. What a shame. It would have used a 32 by 32 pixel LCD screen. A similar handheld version of Space Invaders was also announced and also cancelled. What a shame. What a wonderful little device. Artwork used for the Super Breakout. Ah, here we go. Look, there's the tennis player, Andre Agassi there. So that would have been on the Super Breakout handheld box. It was created by George Opperman. There we go. Oh, such a shame. I wanted one of these. I want one of these. Okay. Asteroids. Here we go. This is where it gets cool. I say gets cool. I mean, Super Breakout is pretty damn cool, but Asteroids. I love Asteroids. By far Atari's biggest selling arcade game of all time. Asteroids was created by Lyle Raines and Ed Logg based on Wendy Allen's Lunar Lander hardware. It pulled in more quarters than any other game in the year to follow, because becoming the first smash arcade hit of the 1980s. It was also the first game with a high score initials leaderboard. So this is the game that took everything that had been learned previously, like the gravity that you used in volleyball. It took into consideration the vector graphics and the orientation of Lunar Lander. It got the shooting elements from games like Space Invaders, and it brought it all together. And Space War. This is going all the way back to Space War, to the very first game. And they created Asteroids. Arcade games used vector graphics before Asteroids, but Atari's 79. It was big in the 80s, but it's 79. You can see it there. It says release here, 79. Atari's 1980 space shooter brought the crisp, line-based graphics technology to the forefront. Players pilot a triangular spaceship blasting apart and navigating through a field of progressively smaller and faster asteroids. A massive success and a key franchise for years to come, Asteroids sold over 100,000 cabinets worldwide. We have been talking about games. When we talk about smash hit games, we're talking about games that sold tens of thousands, you know. Oh, this one sold 10,000 Pong. Pong sold like 10,000 or so. Probably more like 20,000 by the end of its cycle. But it was between 10 and 20,000. And that was considered one of the best games of all time, you know. We're still only talking about tens of thousands of games. All the way up to Asteroids. And Asteroids sells, just knocks it out of the park. Over 100,000 cabinets. And does an incredible job in doing so. We're going to have a quick little game of Asteroids here as well. Oh, look at that. Look at the overlay as well. Oh, that UFO just crashed into an asteroid. Oh well. How do I... Oops, I teleported. I didn't mean to do that. I don't know how to boost. I don't know how to boost. Oh my goodness, I don't know how to boost. I teleported again. I didn't mean to do that. I am barely keeping my... I don't know how to boost. Damn it. I don't know where to go. How do I go? Player 2? I don't have player 2. Oh, I died. That was quick. I found it. And look how smooth this is. Like, I commented about how good Asteroids was on the Atari, but look how smooth this one is. And it's not because it's on... Oh, he got me. It's not because it's on Switch. Like, this is emulating about what it would have been in the arcade as well, you know? Oh, get me out. And I love the physics of it. It feels so smooth. Oh, I didn't even see that rock coming at me. It can be difficult to get there. You know, it's definitely one of those things that you go, oh, I don't know if I'm going to be good at this. You know, it feels a bit loose. But once you figure it out, once you get to grips with the motion, it just feels so right. It just works. It just works. And unlike Todd Howard's games, this is actually true. Oh! That was close. Gotta get the aliens, otherwise, you know, they're gonna stop me from breaking up these asteroids. Missed. When you see a rock coming at you and you're just like, I hope I hit it. Oh, this guy's so small. No! Damn Cylons! Oh, he got done on the he got done on an asteroid, I think. I don't wanna make it so that there's just lots of little ones everywhere, because otherwise I'm gonna end up crashing straight into them. Got him. Yeah, I wasn't gonna let him get away. You little so-and-so. There we go. No. No. Oh, he got me. Oh, the little git got me. Player 2, your score is 1 of the 10 best. Please enter your initials. Push rotate to select a letter. Push hyperspace when... Oh, that's the Y button. Okay. So I select when the letter's correct. Oh, okay. Look at the vector letters. Player 1. It's also me. So yeah, it's also me. So we'll just go. Yeah. There we go. Look, I beat me. 66,000. That's not terrible. That's not terrible considering it's the first time I picked up this version of the game in yonks. Many tens of years. I do want to quit. Thank you. That is such a good game. Asteroids is... If there's anything that I have taught you, if there's anything that I have said, or will say during Atari Week, there's 2 games I think that really people need to look into, and that would be Asteroids and Centipede. Centipede is such a classic, same as Asteroids, and it takes a lot of those concepts and brings them... It adds to them without taking anything away, and like I've talked about the balance point, where you've got so many mechanics that if one goes wrong, it makes the rest of your game feel bad. These games, they're elemental. They have the mechanics that are absolutely necessary, and nothing else. And look at that. What a wonderful poster. Notable quote, Asteroids was initially being developed as a raster game called Planet Grab, with different play dynamics. The object of the game was to claim more planets than your opponent. Oh, okay. That's interesting. That's a new quote from 2022 as well. Yeah, I would love that poster. Actually, there's more posters, I realized. So this is the poster / flyer. Just got information on the back of how to score. Coin options, language options. It's available in English, French, German, and Spanish. Asteroids can be adjusted to start the game with 3 or 4 spacecraft. Interesting. Self-test system, yeah, it will all have that. Oh, look at that. Oh, the cocktail. Oh! Ooh. Look at that. Stolen straight from the Y-Wing on, from Star Wars. But still, look at that. Yes. I love these. The cocktail arcade machines, the ones that are built into a cocktail table, a nice big thick piece of glass on top. That's great. Look at that. Oh, I want one of them. I want one of them. Cool. Actually, how far have we got left to go in this section? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh. Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. Let's move along then. Okay. Yeah, it seems that way. Missile Command, here we go. A decidedly political game. This is what I was talking about earlier. Missile Command was an artifact of the Cold War and an expression of fears about nuclear annihilation. Creator Dave Thurer ended each game with a chilling "the end." That signified humanity's doom, an idea that came from the nightmare that was getting from that he was getting from developing the game and dwelling on the looming specter of nuclear warfare. I'm not going to play this one because I suck at it. But there's the classic artwork right there by it doesn't say who it was. Who was it? I don't think it was Hero. But I've got it here. Hang on, I'll be right with you. Sorry, I just found a new way to waste your time. It is. Oh, it's George Opperman. It was George Opperman. Yeah, I've got the book, The Art of Atari, and I think it's being somewhat of an artist back in the day, and of course being married to one. I do feel like it's important that the artists get a lot of credit, because these guys, like I said, a lot of the time, the gameplay was completely separate from what you saw in the artwork, and the artwork really defined what the game was going to be, you know? Like I said, with the Superbug game, it didn't look like it was Beatles, it looked like it was Cars, you know? Obviously, Cars, Beatles, yeah, that's what I mean. But it didn't look specifically like a Beatle. But then the artwork around the edge informs your mind what to see when you looked at it. The paintings are gorgeous. That's why when I saw that the Art of Atari was being collected into a book, I had to get it, because the artwork for these games is wonderful. Just so nice. There's the Missile Command sets. Of course, you can get the standing Atari cabinet, you get the cabaret cabinet, and again a cocktail cabinet. I really like the cocktail cabinets. They're so cool. I've had an opportunity to buy one in the past, but I just don't have anywhere to put it, unfortunately. Maybe we should get one anyway. Oh, there you go. By artist George Opperman. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, we have to start over again. Damn. Let's see. Boom. T-shirt art. Oh, wow. Hey, I wonder if, yeah, I wonder if I take that to, Officeworks, if they'll print me a t-shirt. Worth a shot. Alright, let's have a look. Yeah, so we won't play Missile Command. I suck at Missile Command. I really, really do. Like, I can't even begin to tell you. Cosmos, the holographical handheld. Okay, so this is a unique one. The holographical handheld and holographic technology in arcades was really cool. What it did is it had projections onto glass, so you could see the background was in the background, and then the projection of the characters would be over the top, projected onto the glass itself. So you'd be able to see through and see the background, but you'd also see the characters in front, and it looked like it was like a hologram. They're really cool. Really well designed. In January 1981, Atari announced that it would release Cosmos, a handheld gaming system in which each game would be displayed atop a custom hologram image. The game graphics were made up of simple LED lights, but the holograms provided dynamic, realistic backdrop. Atari never released the Cosmos. It never released the Cosmos, but there were arcade cabinets that used similar technology. Yes, Fructose, yeah, you cottoned on, my friend. A pattern of not releasing unique projects. I wonder why. Oh, there's a video on the Cosmos. Nice.
When was this? 1980, 81, that time frame. Prior to Ray Kassar's emergence, I was part of the executive staff. You know,
Yeah, everyone lost their
Joe,
jobs,
I,
essentially.
Steve, Gil, Dennis Groth, finance, you know. We were all friends and no politics and all that, and we all worked together and part of the team. It was great. Once Ray took over, nope, it was all a closed office, and he met with all his hires from Procter & Gamble, and so I realized, okay, I'm out of this. I'm either going to have to quit because Nolan had gone, Joe had gone, Lipkin, everybody had gone.
Yeah, at this point, everyone was gone.
My baby, I'm going to do it one more time. And we had used holography. We couldn't keep secrets at Atari. We're just no good at it. So we decided the best thing to do was put out disinformation. So
okay.
The best ones was the next coin-op game is going to have holography in it. Was like,
that's really cool.
That. I knew what it was, because having, been to college and studied this physics and stuff. But that was just. But anyway, I decided, well, I'll do something. Let's do something in holography. Maybe there's something there. I'll take it. Sounds hard. Sounds interesting. I know a little bit about it. And we proceeded to explore holography and what could be done, and came up with a holographic toy that basically sold it to Ray, saying, "How would you
look at that?"
Because the cartridge video game business seemed to be very good. How would you like to have a system where the cartridge, it's a cartridge-based system, but the cartridges are half the cost of everything is half the cost of the VCS.
Yeah.
Hey, go ahead. It were very simple. They were nothing more than an LED. A simple LED.
Yeah, it would have been similar to like a Game & Watch sort of thing.
Hologram with two images on it.
These ones in particular would be more like a Game & Watch.
There were two lamps inside, and when you'd crash a spaceship, you'd see a hologram of a spaceship crashing, and but you could look through this half metallized mylar and play a Space Invader game or something like that. We did all the work, put everything together, got a chip designed, package designed, and at the end, Ray wouldn't. We even took it to the toy fair or the consumer. And marketing wouldn't show it, wouldn't back it up, and we did it ourselves, engineering, and we think we sold 100,000 of them, but
oh wow,
would not release it, just wouldn't do it, and I realized that was it. They're not going to release that. I mean, this is
that's
now
so
in the time
bad.
If it failed, you wouldn't even notice it. It wouldn't be a pimple on the balance sheet. But they were afraid to do it. Back when the whole company was, we're sure we'd do it.
Like, everyone wanted to do it.
Career at Atari.
Everyone wanted to do, look, and it ended his career because he's like, I'm done. That is so sad. Like, it wouldn't have even been that technologically advanced. It would have been cool. And you could switch out the backing cards with the holographic metallic mylar. And you could play your game of Space Invaders or whatever it is you're playing through it and have this huge, not really an advantage. It would have been an advantage over, like, the Game & Watch. But it wouldn't have been an advantage over, say, the Game Boy, which would come in a few years' time. But, it's so sad, isn't it? Look at all these wonderful artistic ideas that just getting stifled. Getting put out before they're even allowed to run, sad, and it ended this man's career because he just couldn't deal with that anymore. Sad, really sad. Again, I would have loved one of these as a kid. I like this. I like the design. It's got all those 70s and 80s hard edges. And you know what? Do you want to know something? Someone else came up with this later. There was actually a holographic technology LED based game like this that was released later. I can't tell you if it was successful or not, but someone else did actually release this. Oh, look at that. Obviously, you're not getting the full image because it's just a photograph, but yeah. Photographs of two holograms that were to be used for Cosmos. Many rolls of Cosmos holograms were manufactured, even though the system was cancelled, and are occasionally found on the secondary market. So there we go. There's something to keep an eye on. If you're ever scrolling through eBay, look for a roll of Cosmos holograms. America, the giant arcade. No longer novelties relegate to the back of pinball parlors. Coin-operated video games became ubiquitous in the early 1980s. Game could now be found not only in thousands of dedicated arcades, but also bowling alleys, restaurants, laundromats, supermarkets, practically anywhere people might be found with quarters in their pocket and a little time on their hands. That's it. That's 1981, the year of the Great Arcade. Asteroids Deluxe. Follow up on the smash success of Asteroids, the deluxe version of the game designed by David Shepard introduced several new features to challenge players who had mastered the original game. A shield instead of the hyperspace jump, new enemy types, and a higher overall difficulty level. That's cool. I don't think I've ever played Asteroids Deluxe. Yeah, I don't think I've ever played Asteroids Deluxe. Great art, though. Again, I have no idea how to say that. Marty Villajama? Or Villayama? Villayama? Not sure. There it is again. There's another one of those cocktail cabinets. I have to get one of those. I have to get one at some point. Warlords is a great game. While the Pong style game was on its way out in favor of arcades, Atari still had one last hit up its sleeve with Warlords, a 4-player competitive breakout style game in which each player had to defend their castle from the other 3. Played heavily to this day, it is a landmark entry in the history of local multiplayer versus gaming. Warlords, as described there, was like Breakout. And see, you had these 4 areas, right? And the 4 areas were each their own castle. And look, that's even got the upright cabinet has its overlay on it on the left there. And what you have to do is you control a shield that is going around the outside of your wall, and you've got to knock the ball back at your opponents. We'll have a quick go. We'll have a quick go at Warlords. I haven't played Warlords in, again, an extremely long time. But we'll have a quick go. A 4-player variant on the brick-breaking game, Warlords began life as a concept within Atari called Castles and Kings. As the VCS version was completed first, Warlords became the first arcade game based on a home game, although the coin-op appeared in arcades before the home version released. leading some historical confusion. We'll just have a quick go here. Look at this. Okay, so there's a fireball, look, bouncing around, and when it hits your castle, it damages your castle. Very simple, very straightforward. And what you have to do is have your shield and knock it back. Let's just look at the controls. Power Stone, start, and left, right. Easy. Okay. Resume. Okay. Oh, bloody hell. Ah, no. Ah, no. Ooh. Oh, he... Ah, no! He's destroying my castle wall! I mean, that's kind of the point, but still. Ah! Ah, there we go. Ooh, I think, oh no, I think I'm gonna be the one to go first. Oh, yeah. Oh no, there's two balls. No. Ah, come on. No. Yeah. Don't you dare. No. Oh, my castle is basically gone. Oh, you... Oh, 3 now. Oh my goodness. I forgot that they actually increased the number of fireballs that appear. Oh, there goes my castle. No! Enter your initials. Oh, okay. Those are really hard. A. N. E. There we go. And that's Warlords. Oh, wait, whoa, wrong button. Very wrong button. Okay. Centipede. Here we go. This is my game right here. I love this game. Continuing Atari's run of hit arcade games was Centipede, designed by Donna Bailey and Ed Logg. Bailey's colorful pastel designs stood out in arcades full of harsh outer space settings, which made Centipede appeal to more women players than most other games at the time. It was a huge marketing push to be like, oh, Centipede, made by a woman. Not the first game to be made by a woman, as we've seen, you know, Lunar Lander coming before it and everything. But, yeah, they really pushed this one as, oh, it's a game that is made by girls, you're probably going to enjoy it if you're a girl, sort of thing. Kind of silly, if you ask me, but, yeah. A page from a list of high-level concepts for new Atari arcade games, probably dating to the early 80s, that includes Bug Shooter, aka Shoot the Centipede. This paragraph describes the very basics of the concept. A player shooting at a centipede that breaks into multiple segments when hit, but has not been fleshed out any further than that. And we actually learn that the fleshing out the design concept was actually done by the artist Takoki. I can't remember. Bug Shooter, aka Shoot the Centipede. This kind of video shooting arcade. XY monitor, upright cocktail cabinet would probably not be horizontal back and forth at the bottom of the screen. A long, multiple segmented object would appear at the top of the screen. This object would snake its way back and forth across the screen as it advances towards the player's gun. The player must shoot and destroy the objects before it reaches his gun. They eat metal. The difficulty in doing this is that each time the object is shot, one of its central segments, the segment is destroyed, but now there are two smaller segments, each snaking down the screen at a separate rate and paths, as it at a higher rate of speed than before. A player is given X amount of lives, can earn more by achieving bonus score levels. As game progresses, longer and longer centipedes come down the screen and move faster and faster. In a document dated July 17th, 1980, Centipede co-designer Ed Logg goes into more detail, noting that obstacles could be placed to absorb the player's shots. That would be the mushrooms. And redirect the centipede, and that player-seeking bugs could be added as additional enemies. That would be the spiders that come in later. Various design documents showing early concepts for the centipede game board and the movement of the centipede. So you can see it there. There's bugs. There's obstacles being shown. It's not quite mushrooms yet. A dragon theme. In a memo, Atari coin-op executive producer Lyle Raines suggests to Ed Logg that Centipede game could be reskinned with a Dragon Quest theme, with the player as a wizard or knight defeating a dragon. That's interesting. Regarding your Centipede game description, consider a theme of a Dragon Quest, with dragons trying to steal gold and jewels. It was one of those times, you know, where everything was Space Invaders. So taking it in a fantasy twist, with a Dragon Quest, especially coming straight after Warlords, that's not a bad move. That's a good idea. Hey Tim, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Limiting the mobility of the knight or the wizard to the entire bottom half of the screen, that actually happened. It was even less, in fact. It's only like 3 or 4 lines that you get to be able to move up. Separated segments shorter than 2 units, head and tail, die. Longer segments become separate dragons. That's an interesting concept. Multi-headed dragons. Multiple player weapons. One is an archer, one's a wizard, one's a knight. These are some interesting ideas. I wonder... See, this is what I was saying. Remember I said earlier that I wanted to learn to make games so that I can make games like this? I wonder if I could make this. That would be interesting. I'm going to have to keep... try to remember that one. So this would be the first promotional flyer for Centipede right there. But the entire concept wasn't fully fleshed out yet, even still. While it's true that I never could have made Centipede without the help of more experienced people at Atari, it's equally true that Atari never could have made Centipede without me. I mean... That's I understand where she's coming from, but at the same time... Okay. That's a little bit up yourself. Gotta be honest. Look, I appreciate... I love Centipede, and I appreciate Donna Bailey's work. I really do, but... I don't know. I don't know about that. I don't know about that line. Oh, there's more to the design documents. Okay. So let's have a quick little play of Centipede, the arcade version. Absolute just picked up Minecraft recently and playing with mods. Oh, nice. I hope you enjoy that. Minecraft is it's one of those games that I always end up wasting so much time on. Also playing a mobile game called Soul Knight Prequel. Okay. Co-created by Donna Bailey and Ed Logg, Centipede had a distinctive pastel color. Oh, we read that. So look at this. Look how different it is to the 2600 version. It's significantly faster, and of course the spiders, they move a bit differently. Let's get started here then. Similar sound effects though. Ah, he's trying to get me. And so each of the mushrooms, they take more hits to destroy. Please! Oh, no! Player 2? Oh, oops. I seem to have activated 2-player mode again. So the spider, I know the spider does this in the Atari 2600 version, but the way that it gobbles up the mushrooms is a little bit different than... It's like it's aiming for the mushrooms. Damn. Yeah, it's like the spider's aiming for the mushrooms, and it does really make a big difference, because you get points for how many mushrooms are on the screen at the time of the end of the session, or the end of the round. So if the spider is... Oh, he just came straight for me. So if the spider is, you know, more aggressive at attacking the mushrooms as well, it does mean that you're going to end up having less points at the end. Yeah, that spider's way more aggressive in this version. Oh, no! I didn't have a bullet. I didn't have a bullet to go. Oh my goodness. Oh, that spider is so fast. Oh my goodness. Oh! And I got done by the flea. Well, there we go. Game over for player 1, I guess. I wonder if I can keep going with player 2 just a bit longer. I do like this game. It is absolutely more brightly colored than other versions of the game. And obviously the Atari 2600 itself was doing the best it could. You know? But yeah, look at the colors. This is quite trippy, isn't it? Oh my goodness, that spider, he was coming for blood. That spider was out for blood. Well, there we go. And that's the arcade version of Centipede. Very different from what you see in... Oh, look, the scorpion there is actually... Kind of looks like a lizard. But yeah, very, very different from the Atari version. And of course, very different from what we get later on as well. So, let's keep moving forward. Tempest. Tempest is another classic. The advent of color vector monitors meant that Atari's vector games could now burst with a rainbow of crisp, bright hues. First among them was Dave Thura's Tempest, which used the new graphics to create a striking pseudo 3D playfield on which a frantic shooting contest took place. We will play some Tempest. Again, the flyers. Look at that. Okay, we'll play a little bit of Tempest. Programmer David Thura, already haunted by dreams of nuclear apocalypse from creating Missile Command, also had nightmares about pit teeming with crawling monsters. The abstraction of that idea became Tempest, Atari's first full-color vector arcade. Is 11? Oh, it is after 11. Oh, wow, okay. So this is Tempest. We'll just give this one a quick go. Resume. Go. How do I... Game over. Press start. Oh, there we go. Okay, we'll start with Novice. So, yeah, here we go. So basically, I suck, but that's besides the point. Oh no. Okay, this is actually really difficult to control on the control stick. Yeah, it's really hard to control on this particular control stick. We'll give that one another shot though. Ah, yeah, that's so hard to control. Oh no, he shot me. Great. Ah, yeah, it's so hard to get it's so hard to do small movements. So like just getting from one to the other is actually kind of difficult. Yeah, okay. Never mind. Never mind. You've seen what it looks like. Noctum, welcome to the stream. How you doing? We're actually about to finish, unfortunately, but we'll see how many we've got. Maze Invaders. With visual style reminiscent of Pac-Man, which was very popular in the arcades at the time. Ed Logg's game Maze Invaders combined navigation of dynamic shifting mazes with shooting action. After it performed poorly in focus tests, however, Maze Invaders was cancelled, although the prototype version has been preserved and is playable here. Oh, we gotta play this one. We've gotta play this one. This is a never released before game. Oh, wow. Okay. So the maze is constantly shifting. All right, let's see then. So I've got to collect the fruit and avoid being Oh, okay. Don't walk into the spinny things. I kind of figured that much, but still. And then get out. Okay. Yeah, so this... I can see where the Pac-Man Oh. Oh, I see. Oh my. That's unique. Oh no! Okay, I thought I could lock that off, but no, it kind of hit me anyway. I want to go through the green door. There we go. Yeah, the Pac-Man, I could kind of see where it's coming from. It's like they've taken the ideas of Pac-Man and gone, right, where can we go with this? Whoa, that's a shooting dude. Oh no! Ah! I was trying to focus on the shooty guy. Press to start to continue previous game. Okay. That didn't continue the previous game. The music only plays when he's walking. That's pretty cool. I like that. So the music is like a lyrical footsteps. That's it. That's really interesting. Oh. Oh. Okay, so these... Oh. So the walls can be used to keep enemies at bay. But, of course, they also turn by themselves as well. Hey, this is pretty fun. I like this game. I've never played it before, so this is brand new to me. Obviously, I've never played it before. It was never released. Yeah, great commentary there. Oh, it's a shame this wasn't released. This is actually really cool. This is really fun. Oh, and this is where we got the way more crazy walls happening. Okay. Oh no, it's like... So they've got shots that bounce off the walls. Oh, get up, get. And you can get trapped into a small box. Okay. Get. There we go. Oh. And yeah, you can get trapped into a small box with one of the enemies. Oh no! Oh, that guy's actually shooting through the walls, look. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no! Yeah, he's shooting through the walls. Let's go this way quickly. There we go. Sorted. There were a lot of games like this back in the day where you'd have to collect, fruit and things like that. I played something similar to this, but not quite the same. I played I played it in school. I think it was on like a BBC Micro. There we go. Yeah, that's a cool game. Maze Invaders. Okay. Space Duel. So this is, the full color version of Asteroids, but two simultaneous players. Space Duel allowed players to operate independently or in a manner oddly reminiscent of Fire Truck, as a pair of linked spaceships working together as a team. Its lead designer was Owen Rubin. So we won't play this one, because we're very we should be finishing like 10 minutes ago. Gravitar. We will play this one. Another vector graphics shooting game with controls similar to Asteroids. The big twist in Gravitar is, as the name implies, was the player had to fight off the forces of gravity, which they carefully made their way around the terrain, eliminating enemies and gently picking up fuel tanks from the surface. So this is, I mentioned this one in another, in the Asteroids game last night. Notoriously difficult space shooter Gravitar challenges players to navigate underground tunnels and destroy enemies while managing fuel and combating the forces of gravity. Developers Mike Haley and Rich Adam say the game is so hard they have never completed their own game without cheating. The credit, there we go. So this is where it starts, right? So it's like Asteroids, as I mentioned, but as you can see, I'm being pulled in towards that star. So if I get too close to a body, I can swing around and like use that body's gravity to pull me away from danger, or I can slow myself down and fight back, or crash into a sun. You know, I can crash into a sun. That's definitely something I can do. That is an option. Not the best option. That's not what we're aiming for, really. But yeah, crashing into suns is certainly a thing you can do. Let's have a look. What's I go. Oh no! Oh, I just sped straight into that. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. Okay. Oh. So this is a bit more like when you get into close quarters, when you get in CQC, you're it's a bit more like Asteroids. Oh. But you will, of course, continue your momentum. Yeah, I can. Okay. So this is the inside the cave system sort of situation. It's Gravitar is quite a full game. Like, there's a lot going on. Oh no, he shot me! And I just love the color vector graphics as well. They're so good. Let's have a go back into this area. Come on, there we go. Trying to land. Oh no 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 no! Damn it! It is really hard to control inside the caves, but yeah, as you can see, this is where they took it. Like, you start with something simple like Asteroids, and you end up in a game like this. Let's go to this one instead. Oh wow, look at that. That could be an issue. Oh no! I immediately jammed my finger on the booster. I knew exactly where it was going. Okay, so that's Gravitar. Another game that I would definitely check out. It's difficult to fully comprehend like how difficult it can be without playing it. This is Millipede. It's as it says there, a more challenging and complex version of Centipede. Millipede is not a game I am particularly fond of. I think this is the example of what I'm talking about with it going too far. More challenging, more complex version of Centipede. Millipede's development was led by Ed Long, although without Donna Bailey's input. The well-known game and hardware developer Mark Cerny, then just 18 years old, and a new hire at Atari, worked on Millipede. So, it is a very different game. There's a lot of the design specifications and stuff here, focus testing. Not my game, personally. Liberator, massive rotating planets displayed at the center of the screen. Sorry, let me try that again. Massive rotating planets displayed at the center of the screen gave Liberator a distinctive eye-catching draw. Using characters from Atari Force comic series by DC Comics, Liberator played like Missile Command in reverse. Shoot down the missiles that are being fired from the planet. Ramming speed is still a tactic in the space age, it seems. Oh, absolutely. Oh yeah, if at first you can't shoot them down, just jam your finger on the accelerator. It's gonna work every time. Promotional flyer for Liberator. I do not know Liberator. Oh my goodness, that looks really interesting though. Let's give this one a look. The galaxy has been invaded by the evil Malagon army. No, Malaglon. Malaglon. Wow, there's too many. Yep. Commander Champion of the Atari Force has chosen you to become the Liberator. Okay. Wow, look at the way the planet is rendered. That's really cool. Long-range scans detect enemy scouts in your sector. Okay, so... Oh! Oh my! Okay. Clearly I suck, but whatever. So I gotta shoot... Hey, I'm better at this than I am at, Wait, what's that? Ah, I lost one of my cannons. No! Oh, I lost two of my cannons. Oh, they're ships. Oh, they're actual ships. Training lesson. Training lesson 1. Concentrate firepower on the planet missile bases to easily destroy your enemy. Long-range scans detect enemy scouts in your sector. This is way more in-depth than I was expecting it to be. So it's not about actually aiming for the enemies. It's actually about aiming ahead of things so that they hit your explosions. I completely missed that. So like here. Like that. Oh no. No, I missed that. So you gotta defend your own projectiles. Oh, that was just going. That's fine. So you've got to keep a track of enemy incoming ships, enemy projectiles, and destroy the bases on the planet. This is really complex. This is something which is really cool. A really cool concept. Taking the idea a little bit further than where it was previously. No? Oh, and that's all my ship's gone. Ah, nope. Ah, there we go. Oh, player 2 game over. Okay. Advanced game, hold fire. Okay, never mind. Okay, I think I'm gonna have to take another look at that at some point, because that's really interesting. I've not seen a reverse version of Missile Command, and it's got that really nice classic graphics, and I really like the way that the world is being rendered. That's really cool. Quantum, not a game I'm particularly familiar with. Designed by Betty Ryan of General Computer Corporation. Quantum made a unique use of a trackball controller combined with detailed graphics of a colored vector monitor. Players drew curved lines to encircle atomic particles, cleaning them off the board. If they got a high score, they could leave not just their initials, but their signature. That is unique. So it's kind of like Surround. Surround is a game where you would draw squares around an enemy and try to capture them, you know, and section off portions of the board to prevent the enemies from moving around. So this is kind of like that, but using a trackball. That's really cool. Betty Ryan, Quantum creator Elizabeth Betty Ryan, was the first woman to be employed as a game programmer at General Computer Corporation. She also programmed several Atari console games. Wow, she had a really good idea with this. Aka-Ara. Aka-Ara just recently got re-released on Switch. A colorful shooter by David Ralston and Mike Haley. The name is apparently derived from the phrase, also known as another Ralston Haley. Wow, okay. With some extra letters. Aka-Ara was produced in 1982, but never officially released. Oh, never officially released. So it wasn't re-released recently, it just got a release on Switch. Possibly on Xbox as well. I know that Limited Run Games were doing a physical version of it. Oh, I wish I'd known the history of that one. This game I'd never heard of. So, wow, okay. If I had known, I definitely would have picked that up. Black Widow. Rather than being sold as a full arcade cabinet, Black Widow was only offered as a conversion kit that arcade operators could install to test their Gravatar machines. Sorry, to turn their Gravatar machines into a game more closely resembling Tempest. Black Widow was a very early example of a twin-stick shooter. In which the... Sorry, I am getting tired. In which the player used one joystick to move and the other to fire in all directions. We'll have a crack at this one. Black Widow is another game that released as an Atari recharged game. So this is a game that has a completely new version. Don't those spaceship looking things look like Silcoon? They look like a Pokemon. Okay. How do I get... Oh, there we go. Okay, so I used that one to shoot. This one to move. Yeah, this is literally just a twin stick shooter. Nice. I personally was not aware that Black Widow spiders had the ability to shoot lasers. And now I am more terrified of them than ever before. And apparently they collect money. I have no idea why they're collecting money, but apparently they collect money. And apparently they destroy the Starship Enterprise. That looked like Starfleet logos right there. Okay, so I can't go through the red ones. But I can go through green ones. Okay. Oh, what's that? Oh, Oh, wow, okay. I'll collect those. No, I can't. So this is another one of those games that's using the vector screen style of arcade tech. Oh my goodness. Hey, this is actually really fun. Oh. This is really fun. Immediately dies. That sounds about right. Oh, I see. Because it only ever had twin sticks, so I use the left stick to change the letter, and the right stick to move to the next letter. Okay, cool. I've never played that before, so that one's really interesting. I might, well, I say I might. I'll definitely come back to that. I haven't picked up the Atari Recharge version, but I did buy the physical version. Limited Run Games did a couple of versions of the Atari Recharge collection. So, yeah, that I will get that eventually, the Recharge version. But yeah, I haven't got it yet. I haven't played it yet. While most of Atari's arcade games tend to be abstract and not feature recognizable characters, the movement towards marketable mascots in the mid-80s produced Food Fight, starring a bright-eyed, blonde-haired Charlie Chuck, a young lad who just wants to steal an ice cream cone without angry chefs getting in his way. Yeah, this is now, you know, you've gone past the time where Pac-Man is a thing and Mario is a thing, and you are entering the era of the mascot. Again, another game I've never really played, and I wish I had the time to do more, but unfortunately, we'll just keep going. Crystal Castles. Hang on, how far have I got? Oh, not that far. Right, we're going to play Crystal Castles. Another colorful mascot-based game was Crystal Castles, starring Bentley Bear. Originally, there's a good reason why that bear didn't catch on. Bentley? That's a terrible name. My apologies to all the Bentleys out there, but don't blame me, blame your parents. Originally played with a trackball, Crystal Castles mazes were rendered in a unique pseudo 3D art style that gives a distinctive look. Bentley would go on to star in Atari's Karts for the Atari Jaguar console. And that's pretty much the entirety of Bentley Bear's appearance in video games. It was here. There he is. Look at him picking up all the crystals. And in Atari Kart. And that was it. But yeah, look at the graphics on this one. It's really cool. Very similar to games like Marble Madness and Snake, Rattle, and Roll. Even Sonic... What was it called? Was it Sonic 3D? No. There was a Sonic game that used similar isometric art style. And look at that. Look at the way it renders in. That's really cool. We're going to insert a coin somewhere. Oh no, we're just going to play. Okay. Oh, there we go. Oh my goodness, this is moving really fast. Kind of want to juke them, I guess. Oh my goodness, yeah, this is... Yeah, I can see why it was trackball. They got the last gem, no bonus. Oh. Oh, no. Ah, no, I got done. I got done by a tree. Apparently, ents don't like bears. Oh, that's what I'm learning. Oh, wait. Oh, I thought I could actually get the honey. Never mind. So this is, yeah. Crystal Castles. It's a really good, a really fun game. I don't remember it being this sensitive, because Bentley is moving really fast. Maybe it's just a thing that I don't remember, you know, bad memory and all that jazz. How do I... Oh. Oh, hey! Skeleton came down. Oh no, that's death. But yeah, this is Crystal Castles. I'm starting to suspect that the spiders might be a metaphor for something else. But, oh, right, yeah. Sorry, I missed that comment. I'll stick my name in you. There we go. But yeah, this is like the first sort of 3D isometric look. He really does just zip around. Yeah, you're absolutely right. He moves a bit too quickly for me. Like I said, I genuinely feel like he didn't move that fast. But then again, I've only played the Atari 2600 version, and this is the arcade version. So maybe he does move slower in the 2600 version. But we'll keep moving. Major Havoc, designed by Owen Rubin with some participation from Mark Cerny. Major Havoc is like a buffet tray of game genres, combining spaceship shooting, I don't know why that's difficult for me to say, platforming, and more. Its unique design makes it a cult classic of the era, and one of the more unique uses of a vector display. Absolutely. Again, not a game that I've actually been able to play, but it is a game that I have seen. Look at this. Again, what it's doing is it's taking a lot of those mechanics that we saw earlier in a lot of the earlier games of Atari and just stacking them on top of each other. We're seeing mazes, we're seeing platforming now. One of the earliest platforming games that we're seeing here. And we're seeing vector starship fighting, and it's all coming together. You know, video games are starting to look like what we expect. Owen Rubin's sci-fi adventure combines several different kinds of gameplay. Shooting, platforming, a sequence inspired by Lunar Lander, and even a tiny vector version of Breakout, in which success would award extra lives. Outfitted with unique roller controller. That's a controller that is kind of like a rolling pin, where you can roll it backwards and forward. A single axis trackball. Yeah, it was Atari's penultimate vector game. Yeah, wouldn't be producing many vector games after this one, or any. Actually, there's one more to come. And retains a cult following to this day, with good reason. Let's see if I can figure out how to start this one. Okay, so here we go. Look at these graphics. I can't... Oh, there we go. See, are you seeing things like, games similar in many ways to, like, Star Fox? Dock on the white platform. Oh. That was the section that was like, right, okay. Oh. Oh, I've got like a... Oh, this is so hard. Okay. I can kind of see what I've got to do, but he's constantly running. It's kind of like Pac-Man. Ow. Ow. And if you hit your head... Wow, if you run into anything, you just kind of brain yourself. Ow. Oh, I think that's what I'm after. Now we gotta get out. Okay. Trying game. I'm trying game. Oh no. There we go. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. Oh, and I blew everything up. There we go. Oh, I see. There's the breakout game. Oh, right. Okay. Hey, this game is actually really good. Like, I can't even begin to tell you this game is actually really good. It's definitely difficult to get used to. Oops, yep. And there's no fanfare when you die. That's it. It's just over. You just die. There we go. Hey, that's really good. I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna play this one as well at some point. But that's really cool. Wow. And like I said, you can see like the origins of a bunch of different games there, like Star Fox, you know, with the fighter mechanics where you're fighting along in a path, but you can see the fighter itself, you know. That's really interesting. I've never played Major Havoc, but I know of it. I know of its legacy, and I know of its cult following. But yeah, that's really cool. Okay, I'm gonna have to come back to that one. Firefox, the advent of laserdiscs. Oh yeah, here we go. The advent of laserdiscs allowed arcade games to present full quality video sequences, though many shouldn't have. Although designers had to get rather creative with them because interactivity was limited. Sorry, I've got hiccups all of a sudden. Firefox used footage from 1982 Clint Eastwood movie. Players could insert more coins when starting a game in order to lengthen their flights. Okay. I actually didn't know about this game. So, yeah, look at that. It's using footage from a movie, and I'm assuming it's more of a QuickTime event. Oh, you use that? Oh, the browser. Oh, okay. Nearly there. Cloak and Dagger. The 1984 movie Cloak and Dagger had a plot that centered around an Atari 5200 game. We are past the Atari 2600 at this point. We are into the 5200, its successor. Yeah, the 1984 movie Cloak and Dagger had a plot that centered around an Atari 5200 game cartridge of the same name. That game was never actually produced, but Atari did create the arcade version, which was only produced as a conversion kit to be used with the Williams arcade games Joust and Defender. So, I mentioned Williams very early on. They created pinball machines. But after Atari started making video games, Atari tried to do pinball, and Williams tried to do arcade. And actually, Williams was quite successful. Williams would even then go on to do, like, Mortal Kombat later. I'm pretty sure it was Mortal Kombat they did the arcade caps for. But yeah, Cloak and Dagger. I've never seen the movie. I probably should, seeing as it is a quote-unquote video game movie. So it's something I could probably look into watching at some point. Okay. And then lastly, we have the final arcade game produced by Atari. The last one. The pinnacle. The final arcade game produced by Atari before it sold off its arcade division in 1984. iRobot was also the first arcade game produced with true 3D shaded polygonal graphics. Players could choose to either play the action game or use a 3D drawing program called Doodle City. And this is, again, another game that I'm aware of, but I've never actually had the opportunity to play. I watched a documentary about it, though, and it was such a task to get this game to be finalized. It was so difficult. It was completely new technology that people had no idea how to really deal with, and they were pushing the limits of the hardware that they had. If I remember correctly, there's also a VR version of this, which came out in like 89 or 1990. And it was like one of those very early VR machines, you know, the ones that the VR goggles themselves was essentially 2 TVs strapped to your face. Yeah. According to the iRobot promo flyer, each game came with a free poster intended to create excitement and awareness of how to play. So this would be the poster, and on the back it would show how to play the game. This is where games started to get so complicated that they actually needed to fully explain how the games work. Sometimes you'd have situations with the Atari 2600 and with the NES where it would explain like what one button does and what the other button does. These new games, though, would reach the level of complexity where they couldn't really include story or tutorials, so they included things like this, so that you could look at it and go, oh, I see, I understand. I need to get the robot across these platforms. The eye is destroyed after all red zones are eliminated, so I gotta shoot all the red zones. And then I've gotta make my way into the pyramid. Okay, I understand. I understand how the game works. Here's another one. This will be the flyer that would have gone out to arcades to say, hey, maybe try this game. Let's have a quick play. This will be the last one for today. And we'll see how this game plays. Look at this. It's set to free play mode, so that means I can just go in. So there's Doodle City, and this is basically just a graphic that is going to give someone epilepsy. So be warned of wow. Oh wow, I can spin it and everything. Oh, okay. And tumble. Okay. Interesting. Let's reset. And we play the iRobot game itself. Yeah, right? It's gonna be... Oh, okay. Oh, right, I see. Right, I actually have to land on the red squares to be able to fire my attack. I need 11 more. Okay, I get it, I get it. Oh, do not jump if the eye is red. Okay, fair enough. Do not jump. There we go. Okay. And this is actually, yeah, this is like avoid solid objects. Thank you, game. Appreciate it. Yep. Avoid solid objects. Oh wow, yeah, this is like a... This is kind of like Star Fox in very in many ways. The entire concept. Okay, let me play that one again. Let's play that one again. This time, 26 red squares left. Okay, so it's basically, you know, taking your little robot buddy here and finding your way through the maze, get all of the red squares, and then you jump off into space. Try to avoid solid objects, apparently. Do I get to shoot? Hang on, I didn't even think about that. Do I shoot? I shoot! I can shoot! Okay, there we go. Okay, I can actually shoot this. So, it's a lot like Star Fox, you know? You gotta shoot at the asteroids, you gotta shoot at the enemies that are coming your way. I can't jump? No. Oh, I see. Oh, hello. There we go. Can I go this way? Yeah. Cool. Oh! Damn, he caught me. Right. I saw his eye turn red just as I pressed up. Damn. But this is it. This is the first game, the first 3D game that Atari produced that was actually, you know, polygonal 3D. You know, it's something so different. Oh, what's this? Entering the transporter. Select a level with the joystick and fire when ready. It's got a level select. So this will be the one that I died on. Okay, so it allows you to go to the next level, or the level that you failed on. That's actually really generous of the game, because a lot of games back here, you know, they're designed to eat all your quarters, you know. So to have a game allow you to just go to the level that you died on, that's really cool. How do I get over there then? Oh, what did I die of? Oh, did my timer run out? Okay, I thought he would only shoot me if his eye if his eye was red when I jumped, not mid jump. There we go. I don't know what this has to do with the book I, Robot, however. Other than I am a robot, I guess. And here, okay. Oh, this has got like a ring through the middle. I don't know how that works. I suppose it'll crush me. Yep. Should have seen that one coming. Okay. There are so many games that I wish I could spend more time on. Tired of video games? Burned out on mass destruction? Forget the game. Relax in Doodle City. Actually, I'm okay with Death and Destruction. Thank you very much, game. I appreciate the offer, but I'm going to take Death and Destruction every single time. And that is it. Insert coin to continue. While Atari's origins were in the video arcade, it had also created the first device that would put video games, and by extension computers, into millions of American homes. Not just American homes. Like, I had an Atari. Atari was big in the UK too. Read on to explore the history of Atari VCS. This is not a toy. And there, ladies and gentlemen, we will call it for this evening. We have reached the point. We're going a little bit back to 1977, where the release of the Atari VCS, aka the Atari 2600, along with Combat and 8 other amazing games that came out during this generation, like Surround, like, what else released at the same time? Outlaw, and, I mentioned Combat. I already said Combat. Combat is right there. Look at that. It's got it right on the front there. Pong. Lots of games. 9 games released in total with the Atari VCS, the video computer system. And many, many more would release over time to come. And we will take a look at the console itself. We'll look at the console's timeline when we come back. And we'll be coming back to this on Thursday. I do realize I probably will need to stretch this out beyond Atari Week, because we've got a long way to go. So what we'll do is we'll do this. We've done it today. We've done the entirety of the arcade origins. Apparently I haven't explored all of it, so there might still be some to find. That could be actually the games I didn't play. And we will explore the birth of the console on Thursday. But as you can see, there's still 3 more sections to go through. So what I'll do is maybe I'll do it like once a week after. So we'll do it throughout December as well. But I'm looking forward to seeing more about this. This is a really unique way of going through the history of Atari. It's just so captivating and interesting to see some of these things, especially for me as just switch over to chatting there. Hi there. It's so captivating for me as someone who has played Atari and someone who has looked into Atari. I really enjoy the artwork. I really enjoy learning about the developers and, you know, their stories and the reason they came up with these cool ideas and concepts for their games. And it's such a unique way of exploring it, you know, the whole idea of going through it and playing pieces of history as well as learning about history. It's exactly what it needed to be, you know? It's the best way that we can explore and experience and celebrate video games through the medium of a video game. I think I'm gonna have to speed it up though in future. Maybe not take so much time to explain, but then again, a lot of the stuff that I've explained today is probably going to double over when it comes to like birth of the console, highs and lows. There's going to be some interesting things to talk about during highs and lows, because that's going to be like the best of Atari, but also the crash. When we start talking about the crash, that's where that's going to be a big one. You know, there's a lot that happened during that time as a business, but also as video game developers, and just the oversaturation of video games in the market during that time. And so, we're going to have to leave it there for this evening. We have seen the arcade origins of Atari today. And if you've enjoyed it, do consider giving me a like, leave a comment, and if you haven't already, consider subscribing. Because we will be coming back. We will continue to look at Atari, at the phenomenon that was a company that came out of absolutely nothing, being told, Nolan Bushnell, sir, you are crazy. What is this idea that you've got the video games are going to be profitable? You are mental and you're going to lose all of your money. To becoming the strongest industry in the world today. Entertainment industry in the world today. It makes you wonder where we would be right now if it wasn't for Atari. And that's something about gaming history that I really think that more people should appreciate, I say about the history of video games is important, because if there's anything, if something like entertainment is important, then of course understanding its history is also important. But understanding where you come from helps you appreciate where you are today. And Atari is where everything started. It's where we came from as gamers. And we look at our Switch, we look at the games that we play, we look at Monster Hunter, we look at Stardew Valley, we look at Star Fox, and we look at everything that we have. And it all started with Pong. Technically, it started with Tennis for Two, but you know what I mean. And so with that one, I want to say, be good to yourselves, be excellent to each other, play more old video games. And until next time, peace, and get those damn high scores. Good night, everyone.